Howdy everybody. How you guys doing today? How you guys doing?
Hey everyone.
What up, Danibus? How you doing, man? Hopefully having a great weekend.
Hey Danibus.
It's this kind of a morning. The kind of morning where you need coffee, but you didn't really have time or energy to put in the effort to go brew coffee while you were doing all your other business.
Congrats on Mizu.
Yeah. Hopefully you did not get ripped off. Seriously. Hopefully you got a great deal. And if not, you still got Mizu. Right?
Mizu.
Oh man. So I have some cool mail. But also I have some outgoing stuff that I'm gonna do. So I'm planning on sending JO1 over to Stash to rebuild. What up, Dr. Owned? How you doing? So, like, legitimately, I need to figure out what kind of switches I'm gonna use in it, lube them up, and get them all ready.
Back.
You need to try pour over coffee, Danimus. So I also love pour over coffee. I'm not such a snob that I won't just drink, things like this, which are actually pretty good, to be honest. But I really love pour over coffee, but I really hate spending the time and effort to actually make it, right? So I'm not one of those people who loves the effort of doing the coffee. I just love the result.
Kibi.
What's up, No Kibi? How you doing? So basically what I do is I had made some pour over coffee before, but I ended up buying a machine, a Bemmer Brazen, which is a coffee maker that has like the head inside of it is like a shower head, and it can control which nozzles on the shower head are on, and it'll do the pre-soak right to bloom the coffee. So you fresh grind it, throw the stuff in, hit go. I mean, I hit go before I even put the grounds in, but it'll do the bloom, and then it will slowly pour in a circularized fashion to get all of the coffee grounds soaked through, so you're not like over extracting in one area and under extracting in another, just like you do with pour over, except it's a machine. It's like amazing. I mean, it's really like a technical device, you know what I mean, to solve the problem of not wanting to spend the effort to make pour over coffee, because it is effort. Yeah, that's the way I feel about it too. The effort is the hard part. The like making the grounds and stuff, whatever, easy. Hitting a button and just saying go, and then it actually doing the thing you want it to, great. Like I live at about like 2,300 feet above sea level, so like it even has calibration for your altitude. Like when you set it up the first time, it's just like, what altitude are you at? I need to know. Yeah, it's called the Bemmer Brazen, and it's freaking awesome. Freaking awesome.
That sounds like some saucy coffee making.
Saucy. It's so saucy. All right, so there's one thing I do need to do. There we go. Just set up stuff, that I haven't. Okay, cool. Next sponsor. Oof, man, hurts. That's one of the reasons I have not ever taken sponsors, right? Is because getting sponsors that are related to the field you're in is like, it just seems like it could be shady, even if it isn't, and it probably isn't in basically every case. It just seems like it to me, which is one of the big reasons that I've never done it. But if you watch some of the creative people who are reputable, like you watch Jay's 2 Cents or you watch Linus Tech Tips or whatever, not that they're amazing, right? But they have reputation, especially with LTT, because he's unpacked it. Like he's said, I never do an ad spot for not only the brand that I'm doing a review of something on, but I also don't do it for anything in that same category, right? Because I won't allow the videos to be sponsored by someone in the same category because I don't want any bias, right? Like, I'm going to give you guys my full opinion, which is kind of one of the reasons why in our hobby, right, I see like basically all the other streamers are sponsored, and they have like a continuous sponsorship deal with, you know, whoever, Cannon Keys, Dixie, you name it, right? So they have those continuous sponsorships, but it's like all we do is keyboards, right? So if you have a bunch of keyboard sponsors, like, it just, there's the potential for it to seem biased or be biased because you have to do like an ad spot for those people while you're doing a keyboard build, potentially of, or using parts from maybe one of their competitors. So I think,
and I think that they have to be okay with that. Like, they have to realize that, you know,
Sure.
it is a niche hobby. There are, I mean, it's not like there are a bajillion different vendors you can go through, and there's nothing wrong inherently with sponsorship, but like,
oh, I don't think there is.
I think being transparent about it is a thing, or is the best way to go.
Yeah, well, and everybody is, right? But if you're a content creator and you're taking sponsorships, which is a good idea, a way good idea, and in our hobby it's a super great idea because it means much higher viewership numbers because you do spots and things like that. But
well, it enables you to do giveaways and
it does
stuff.
It does, but it also, yeah, I mean, it results in way better exposure, which is what you as a creator want. But it basically means that everybody does know that. But I think later down the line, if you get really big, like your partner and stuff, like, you may branch out into other types of content that, like, where that'll be limiting in a way.
Anything to do with keyboards?
Yeah, it may be limiting in a way. So
sure,
I got something awesome that I want to show you guys before we dive into this build. Mineral 4X. I was tempted to buy scuffed Kingsaver 600, though I think too expensive for scuffed case and creams, which are not your ideal switches. Mineral, remind me that you said that when we actually start digging into this, and I'll start giving you like my honest opinion of the Duck Lightsaver V3. All right, so I want to show you guys something I think is pretty cool. When the wrecked buy happened last weekend, I wasn't 100% sure whether I was going to do it. I set like an artificial price point for myself. Like, if it's under this amount shipped, I'm going to hit that place order kind of business. So I got in on one, a wrecked 1800, and I want like, oof, it looks so beautiful, guys. I got in on an A stock navy unit.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Also, before we dig too far into this, happy Father's Day to all the daddies out there.
No joke. Happy Father's Day to all the daddies
happy
out
Father's Day, because it's Father's Day.
Navy
here
boy.
in the U.S.
So I gotta say, Penguin.
Droppings. Hi, friend.
The thing that made me dive in on the Navy is that we had just been dealing with that Satisfaction 75 that was in that Navy color too, and I was like, no, I'm doing it, because I have a key set, Eclipse, that isn't highly desirable, at least as desirable GMK key sets are considered. And I was like, I have a key set that's perfect for that. Rav Yoda Man, what up, man? So yeah, the board, I can't wait to build this, right? So I'm gonna dive down. Look at this. Oof. Come on, guys.
That's very nice.
I'm just happy that it was like an in stock, like I ordered this board and it came that weekend.
Do you know what side
or the next weekend?
On
Yeah, I'm gonna put GMK Eclipse on it. That's pretty much what's gonna live on this board, I think.
Yeah, I think that'll look nice on there.
Well, it's the same color, so that SAT 75 that we had, like, is roughly the same color. It's pretty close.
I'd also like to see, I'd love to see what Rukia looks, or Rukia, Mizu looks like on that. I know it's living on your Rukia right now, but
oh, I'll take it off at some point.
Yeah, I don't think it hurts to switch it out, and I think that would look really, really nice on there.
Focus. There we go.
Focus, camera, focus.
Well, I mean, it's an A6000. The overhead, over the shoulder is an A7R2, and its autofocus is actually much better, even though it's having a crazy hard time right now.
Yeah.
It is better.
Yeah. Everybody have vertigo.
Raviota, man. Sorry, man. Sorry you didn't get in on it. That sucks. It really does. But I'm looking forward to this build. I'm especially happy that the price point was so low. This is like just over KBD fans pricing. In fact, I would argue that for a board this size, it's actually maybe exactly at or under where the KBD 19X was when it was around. Yeah, maybe it's still around. I don't know. Shipped though and everything all told, I think it's right about that same price. Because I want to say this was like $315 to $330 somewhere in there. Shipped for the kit. What up, Shocks? How you doing, man? Shocks, I think you and I were supposed to chat last night and we didn't. Maybe tonight a little, or Monday night a little. Yeah, or both. Split it up. Whatever.
Le petit check.
Yeah, Penguin Dropping says, good thing is Upas is planning to do more drops in the future. Yeah, and I'm super happy about that. This is where I want us to be going. This is where I want our hobby to get to. I want to get to, there are boards dropping right now. You can get in on it and you'll have it next week.
J-Krebs, this is Tiny Shiny Crumb.
What up, J-Krebs?
We changed our format a little bit, and I am now the disembodied voice in the stream chatting.
Yeah. J-Krebs, this is TSC. This is Mod. We now have Mod voice continuous in the chat.
Mod voice in
well,
chat.
I mean, I'm sure at some point TSC will be busy for a while and not able to join at part of the stream.
Sure.
But I mean,
I am sure, yes. As
a general rule, this is now going to be a facet of our stream.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm quite happy for it. I am. It
seems the
makes life
people, good. The people in chat, the kids are enjoying it, so we'll keep on keeping on.
Yeah, Penguin Droppings, you would cause chaos. I don't think you would. I mean, I think that so I've seen you obviously in the other channels you mod for, i.e. Aviary is the most notable. I've hung out with you before. In there. I know. Kiwi, hello. How you doing?
Hello, Kiwi. Kiwi, are you from New Zealand? Or do you like kiwi? Do you know she modded me to neuter me, right? Oh.
So I understand, but honestly, like, you may, I know how you throw stuff out there sometimes in her chat. I've seen it, but honestly, I think you're a great mod. I really do. And she's lucky to have you. Yes, whether she modded you to neuter you or not.
I've seen you mod too. I think you're a great mod, Penguin.
Thank you for participating in my chat too, by the way. I appreciate it a lot. I think
Kiwi says, I'm good. Just dropped a drunk friend off at his place after his 21st last night. I'm
still drunk?
And
still drunk?
Really want to... Still drunk, damn. And really want to visit New Zealand to pet kiwis and raise awareness of their cuteness. That's fair.
That is fair.
That is fair. Wait, kiwis as in the critter or the people? Because I wouldn't go around New Zealand petting people. I mean, they might
unless
like
they
it,
ask for it.
Yeah, unless they
in
ask
which case,
for it,
okay.
then go ahead. Yeah. Consent first.
Yes. Explicit consent. That's I think the name of the game.
Yes.
Explicit. Be 100% sure you know where they're at.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently I have
written and notarized.
Oh no, earthquake.
He was
it
drunk
wasn't an
last
earthquake.
night, made him coffee and breakfast. He was
I hit a light and it shook the gantry.
So he had a fun time last night. Aw.
It'll stop. I'm sorry.
No, KB, isn't there an app for that? An app for what? Drunk people or petting kiwis?
The crazy thing, Penguin Droppings, is, so she says the dungeon is shaking. So the crazy thing is that the gantry is super strong, like crazy amounts of strength on the gantry.
Jeez.
Like 2,400 pounds of loading should be pretty simple to do off of the way that it's set up. But it, the cross members or whatever are also pretty strong in terms of loading, but they're semi-flexible, and the arms that come down to hold the camera and the lights are like 3.5 feet long, right? So there's just like a ton of leverage. So if you push on one, if you bump it like hard, it'll like the cross members will still flex a little bit. So that's what's going on, because you got a lot of leverage.
Is there an app for consent? No, KB? I don't know.
I don't know.
But, so are you
like for verification or something?
Really heavy stuff from your gantry, like people, or?
I'm not once ever am I planning on doing that with my gantry. However, the deal is that I basically decided, like, if I'm gonna build this thing, I might as well just build it with whatever studio capability I might ever use, right? And it wasn't like a lot more expensive to use 4x4s as the runners instead of 2x4s. Plus it would add some strength to the, man, this is getting way too technical, into the ceiling joists. Right? Like, I mean, so over time,
your technical
sure, know-how. but so it would add strength to the ceiling joists so that they wouldn't eventually sag. And it has to do with the way that my attic is constructed, and I'm not going to get all into details on that.
Nobody wants a saggy ceiling. Nobody.
Yeah, it's not an engineering channel exactly. I was looking at those keycaps, the one with the mountains. It was $60 on Banggood.
Are you talking about
Kiwi? Are you trolling me? Are you trolling me, bro?
Niv 180 looking for a relatively inexpensive polycarb case, but can't seem to find one. Any suggestions?
This is GMK camping. It is definitely not available on Banggood, and it was definitely not $60. I didn't even realize there was a counterfeit camping on Banggood. Yeah, so I'm aware of Banggood, and it's just like a Chinese yeah, it's got to be counterfeit camping. So this is not that. I want to say camping probably rolls for $350 plus right now on Mech Market. Sorry. The mountain enter key is $60. Just the one enter key. Okay, well, still, this is GMK.
Kiwi,
yeah,
go ahead
Kiwi,
and post
you're
a link.
more than welcome to post links. If it is truly counterfeit, I would like you guys to all exercise caution before posting stuff like that. Normally, this time's fine, but if you know that something is counterfeit, would highly recommend that you guys exercise caution doing that, because I don't want to promote people buying those. Yeah, no, you're good. Oh no, this is definitely counterfeit, right? Camping thermal sublimation, 5 surface cherry profile, PBT, so it's PBT, so it's dye sublimated. Yeah, I can't imagine this was done with the
that doesn't look the same.
Express permission of the group by runner for camping. So we're gonna see for the first time how well this actual OTD.
Does camping have a division and a multiplication key?
Does it what?
What? Like look at the 10 key side.
Wait, what are we talking about? Does camping have? Who asked that?
No, I'm looking at the one that's in the picture versus the one that you have on your actual keyboard. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
sorry, so I saw a shiny thing and just went.
No, it's fine. So, we'll talk about that later.
Is that cramping?
Yeah, so that is
different.
So mine is GMK camping, but I have 2 sets of GMK camping. That's a little bit of a flex, I think, but
penguin droppings. When I think of the outdoors, I think of math. Same.
I'm thinking of math.
I don't think of beautiful vistas. I think of multiplication and taxes.
Hey, Kiwi, thank you so much for that sub.
Thank you for this.
Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. I really, really do.
Where'd you get the pride dragon? Oh, I want a pride dragon.
I know, it looks pretty cool, actually. I really like that too. Man, that's really, really cool. I have fun though. Thank you. Anyway, so let me I want to look at that real quick. So we'll take a look, right? So $62 US, I guess. I mean, the quality of this is gonna be not good. What the hell is that misalignment on the caps? Look at the caps lock and the shift and the tab. What is that nonsense? It must just be on whatever they have it mounted to. I mean, it actually looks like it has most of it. It doesn't have the white with red legend fire, which is the coolest keycap. Obvi, the coolest keycap. That's this one right here. No. So Javon, I don't know what your bottom row looks like, but you might want to check out the on-C on Canon keys. Those should be in stock, the A stock ones. HHKB. I don't know if it supports HHKB. You're gonna have to look yourself, but I would definitely look at the on-C. I think it probably supports what you're looking for. He doesn't have an awesome. It says Sangan and ANSI compatible. Trying to figure. I'd have to think about it. You're gonna have to look at HHKB, and it has a lot of. Yeah, whatever. I'll let you figure it out, or contact me later, or contact UPAS. Really. Okay. So anyway, this keyboard, right? We're gonna get it down to brass tacks.
So
with this
Keenan
keyboard
says it's rare to find someone in the keyboard community that doesn't cuss every 2 seconds. I mean, we can certainly cuss like
we get a little
well distinguished sailors, but
we have gotten animated on here before and had some cursing, but I try, even though I mark my content as not family friendly, because I might cuss. That's why I mark it that way, which probably hurts my viewership a little bit, but whatever. I don't want to offend somebody, or like say something in front of their children that is just like
right. And there are, I mean, that's what
doesn't feel
the
good.
switches is for. Really, is to offend people is when you lube stabilizers.
Yeah, mostly just penguin droppings, family.
But we're trying not to, like, we know there are kids in this hobby, and we're trying to make it semi-family friendly content. Mac Mutant, thank you for the link for Javon for the 60% PCB.
Okay, so
did we get to what Kiwi asked about the 75%?
I don't know. What did he ask? Sorry, repeat.
Does anyone have a 75% kit for under $200 US? I finished my first build and want to build my next one already.
Yes, absolutely. KBD fans, KBD 75 V2 or V3 maybe now. That one though. So Compiler 64, thank you so much for following. I appreciate that.
Yes, Compiler 64, thank you.
70L, Inusol, maybe?
Your daily reminder to lube alpacas.
Lubed alpacas. Ugh.
Oh boy. Was this you? This had to have been you talking about lubing
it's a
alpacas.
clip. Ooh, okay. Well, thank you. I have not seen that, but I'm gonna queue up my own. I'm not gonna play it on stream, but I am gonna queue up my own clip.
It's you for the last time you lubed alpacas.
Yeah. No, for sure. I see that it's me. I just. You're 21, so it's fine if you cuss, but just a question. Oh yeah. So I mean, I just try not to. I try not to offend people. That's what it really comes down to. I want to not offend. So
I'm surprised Mr. Bouncy's not here.
Yeah, Bouncy Chillips. Yeah. So here's the thing, right? This keyboard, customer had said that it is experiencing some chatter, and if you look, some of these buttons don't press all the way, don't actuate correctly when I mean, they are. I can't force it to, and that's I think the point.
Of yours, or?
No, this is a customer board, and basically the way that it came across from him, from customer. I don't even know if it was him. Actually, I do. him. I guess I don't know for sure that's what the... So if you look, right, it doesn't actuate sometimes when I press some of the buttons. And so this has vintage blacks that were lubed and they were ultrasonic cleaned. And the deal is when you see, and then they experience chatter too. So the deal is when you lube vintage blacks, if you ultrasonic clean switches, sometimes what you will find is you actually have moments where they chatter or don't actuate. I've seen this before, and I've experienced it from my own ultrasonic cleaning of vintage blacks. And what it comes from is probably some kind of water deposits or corrosion inside the switch housing. So where the contact leaf and the what's the other leaf called? Whatever, the fixed leaf and the springed contact leaf come into contact, there's a little bit of water will form or will stay on there and not dry at the same rate, and it may lead to water deposits if you didn't use distilled water, or it may lead to corrosion if there was significant use on the switch beforehand that led to whatever coating that was on there not being on there.
I actually have that problem on my salamander. They won't actuate.
Accentuate.
I won't actuate.
But actuate. I know what she meant. Yeah. So
accentuate, actuate, whatever.
Yeah. No, it's all good. So
English is hard, man.
yeah, if you're using vintage blacks and they were ultrasonic clean, this can sometimes be a problem. The correct solution is, once you identify which switches are experiencing that, is to just replace those switches with others from your original harvest. The deal is that this is why, honestly, I don't recommend ultrasonic cleaning vintage blacks or any switch housing with the leaves in them. Just don't do it. Now, there would be ways to fix this. There are ways, and I actually tried to put I put something very mildly abrasive one time in one of these switches to try and clean all that off and actuate it, because the actual stem is palm and it's super resilient. And then I cleaned all that out, and then I relubed them, and it just didn't work right. It made the switches kind of scratchy. So I was like, this is a trash experiment. Gone.
So Kimi says, thanks for the kit recommendation. I'm gonna get the KBD 75 with the light gray and dark gray. Gonna get novel key creams and lube them. Anyone have any keycap recommendations? Looking for under 150 USD.
Yeah, EPBT 9009 if you can find it. So Black Simon, thank you so much for the raid. 71 viewers. I really appreciate that. Kutanito? I don't know if I said that right. Thank you so much for the follow. Xcaster Boris, thank you so much for that follow. Naskis,
Yes,
thanks for the follow.
Everyone for the follow.
And anybody that isn't already, following or subbed, it's actually down here. Think about that. Let's stay in touch.
It is. Oh, and socials.
Naskis, thanks for that follow. Appreciate that. Board is already finished. Board is not already finished, Lana Lightstick. It's actually not started yet. So I showed off the wrecked 1800 that I got. We were just getting into it. This is a rebuild. Drop them follows. Thanks, Black Simon. Appreciate that, man. I wish I had it. You know what? I need to make a shout out command. Oh man, I need to make a shout out.
Thanks for the follow.
So I don't have one, so I'm actually just gonna manually do it. Oh man.
That being said, my Sundays are my primary Spanish only days. That's fair.
It is. So I am going to post the shout out.
Who doesn't like
so everybody who isn't that was on mine, who isn't already following or checking out Black Simon, you should, because what a nice guy. Thank you so much, man. I do appreciate it. Derpy Bird, YC4 Hunid, YC Ahunid. Thank you so much. Spanky, thanks for that. Endeavor, thanks for that. Appreciate those follows.
Yes.
No, man. I mean, Black Simon,
Thank you,
it's a
everyone,
thing,
for the
man.
follows.
We got to pay it forward every time when we can, right? Like, I always try and raid my fellow Keeb streamers.
Keeb streams.
When I do my nighttime ones, I always, if I'm the latest guy, I always even try and pay it forward to Critter Vision.
Endeavor 1934. Thanks for the follow.
Spelunk Punk. Thanks for that follow.
I mean, who
Like that name.
doesn't like knobs? Unknown.
Do you love knobs? Well, I had a Satisfaction 75 on here recently, and I have to admit,
Punk, thanks for the follow.
I loved it. I liked it. I like that knob action.
Do you have
All
to
right.
do any software work to the KBD 75, or is it plug and play, install and play?
So it's going to be install and play, but it is in VIA. So you may have to flash the VIA firmware, and if you're having a hard time with that, contact me on Discord. I'll actually help you out.
Raykuza
Super
and
easy.
Javenskinian. I'm sorry, I'm screwing that up. No, I am Tiny Shiny Crumb. I am the mod for this stream, but I am in chat.
That's right. And an awesome mod. I have my mod do voice with me because, you know what? It just makes life easier. Plus, she has a nice voice. So there's that.
Thank you.
Together, I think we can do some Keeb ASMR, Keeb chat
Yes.
ASMR, and then Keeb ASMR.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
so this is my mini review on the Duck. I love this board. I like Duck keyboards in general. I like the angles. I like the steep typing angle. A lot of people don't. I also love the underglow on Ducks because I think it's the only really, really, really classy glow that you get on these boards. Now, the PCBs that they use are pretty garbage. This is an O2D board, so total garbage. How steep? I think this is 11 degrees. It's actually just a little too steep for me, but whatever. I like it more than like flat. Thanks, Nascas. Thanks. Kiwi, yeah, Kiwi VIA is super, super great GUI. I've showed it off on a couple streams. If you go watch my last, the Satisfaction rebuild one, there's VIA content in there. Teal Rice, thanks so much for that follow. Appreciate that.
Teal Rice, thank you. Nezkez, thank you very much. My voice is definitely not as deep as Josh's, but that's probably a good thing.
Deep Murky, post the link to the Bella. I wanna look at it and tell you in real time, but while I take this apart.
Yeah, that would be great. Please do post links
Yeah, you're more than welcome
for
to.
keyboard stuff.
Added you on Discord. Be back later.
Kiwi,
It's
enjoy
nap
your
time.
nap.
I understand, Kiwi. I do. For me, it's morning time.
Sundays are great for naps. For me, it's noon 30. So
Yeah. So I have not reassembled all of the switches. I've got like 40 of them left to reassemble, but that'll be quick in a little bit. So we're gonna, bam, take that apart. Oh no, we're not.
Posted the link. Thank you very much to the Bella.
Okay. I will follow the Bella. Oh, I think it's beautiful. This is the AOI 3 one, right? Yeah, it looks like it.
COVID-19
Yeah, so
logic.
I remember this.
Nice
so
name.
I don't know how I like
Thanks
the
for the
like
follow.
insert here. Yeah, thank you so much for that. It's not AI. Oh. 3. See what I did there. It actually looked like AOI 3 lines. AIO3 lines. Yeah, I don't know how I like this weird switch disassembler deal up here. I don't know how important that is, but other than that, I like the lines. I think it's nice for a 75. I wish it had a rotary encoder. Could give Satisfaction 75 a run for its money.
For its
It wouldn't
bills.
though, because that 75 was such a great board. Okay. So
Ye snobs, says unknown. Yes.
dem knobs dough.
Dem knobs dough. The
Yarp.
knobs and the dials.
The knobs and the dials. And the OLEDs.
Get turned.
Get turned. Wow. We
I
are
am
silly down
neither
here,
hip
aren't we?
nor with it. Yeah.
We are having a silly morning. Thanks for joining us on this silly stream Sunday.
This is a not yet caffeinated TSC. That's what's going on here.
That's okay. My caffeine hasn't kicked in yet, but I'm still having a great time.
Priority
Ooh.
1 message
Logan
star
PT,
Logan
thank you
PT.
for the sub.
secured channel.
Thanks for that tier 1 for 5 months. Appreciate that, man.
Doc asks, wait, what is that thing next to the F1? That weird knobbly thing?
I don't know. What was there? Was it an F2? Like, I'm confused
no,
now.
it's between F1 and escape, but on the like top, like.
Oh, are
of the
you
board.
talking about these holes?
No. Look in the picture. I think
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. On
on the Bella.
Yeah, so that's I think it's a switch disassembly tool.
Really?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, switch opener.
interesting.
That's I don't love it. That's the part I don't love. I mean, as an accent piece, I don't
It's
mind there
kind of
being
a-
accent pieces. I think that can be cool.
Yeah.
But as a tool,
As an actually functional item, I'm not sure how well that would work.
well,
I'm just-
I'm sure it'll work. It just why? I will say that as switch disassembly tools go.
Teal Rice is asking us to help
Help what?
decide on the color for the Zenith. Ooh.
Ooh, what are we
well-
doing?
We're looking at the different colors for the Zenith.
Yeah.
Teal, do you want to run a poll, or do you have any specific color that you are?
I'm down for you guys to run a poll. So I will tell you from past experience with Rama boards, I really like the moon color a lot.
That is a pretty color. Right.
Black, it's hard to go with Kuro
So
or
you
black,
don't want the
but I like
moss
moon.
and you don't want the halt. So it's your Kuro, moon, or oro.
Your
So we're looking at black, charcoal, or tan.
not
I honestly, for myself, I would go with the moon because that is a beautiful, beautiful charcoal.
Crytox 205 grade 0, Lollipopsaurus. Thank you guys for the follows. And
Crytox
Crytox,
for the follow.
what a great name.
That is a
Bouncy.
fabulous name.
What up, man?
Bouncy. Hi, friend. All right, let's do a poll, and Teal, I'll do a poll for you, but I will leave out the red and the green. Does that sound good?
Yeah, make sure you do the oh, this guy has 2 keypad minuses. It's weird. Make sure you do a shorter time than the default, please.
Yeah, yes, I
Because
will.
the default time is ridiculous.
Hang on, I'm just setting it up right now.
I don't
I
even know who
can't
does
see
that.
chat while I'm doing this though, so I really apologize, you guys, if I miss anything. I will go back to it as soon as I have this.
Don't think you
Set
would get
up.
moss if you didn't have GMK olive to put on it. Well, I mean, maybe it's time to find a GMK olive. Mech Mutant. I don't know. That might not be a bad idea. If I didn't run a stream where I intentionally have people, get on board and do polls for what keycap sets will look good on something, I would probably be willing to get rid of my GMK olive.
All right,
It's
I'm
not
gonna
a set
set
I'm
this
in love
poll
with.
for 3 minutes.
I don't dislike it. I just doesn't speak to me either.
And the new poll for which Zenith keyboard color should Teal Rice get? I wonder if I can put a link. No, I can't put a link in the question, but that is going to go live, the poll, right now. There's the link for
Got
you.
it. That's why I'm getting moss. Yeah, no. I mean, that actually makes sense, Mac Mutant.
All right,
I
you
think
guys
it does
have-
fit it pretty
You
well.
have 3 minutes to help Teal Rice decide what color Zenith keyboard they are going to get.
Well, to advise.
Or whatever. I mean, the advice that we're going to give, because it's not like it's legally contractually binding or anything.
Yeah, if you hate the choice, then choose different.
Yeah.
No, so
Choose
my
wisely.
my honest take on it is that I like Moon the most. I've dealt with
Same.
that same color from them before, and I think it looks great. Okay, we're gonna get more efficient about this. Bouncy Man how late am I? You're not that late, man.
You know what? I bet GMK Botanical would work on that, on the moss colored board.
Sorry, had to hit the mute button. Apparently a sneeze was coming. I've been outside a bunch the last 2 days. So,
Ooh, allergies, gross.
well, yeah. And I live in the desert, and now is usually a time of year where it's pretty dry and there's a lot of dust and a lot of plants have died. So frankly, the worst allergies. And it rains pretty late
mold out there.
It rains pretty late in spring. It's not mold, but there's just dust and like plant based pollutants like
dead
pollen type stuff. Yeah, as the plants have died and are drying out and the wind is blowing harder, especially in the mornings and the afternoons. There's this weird.
I'm trying to think of some other sets that would look good on that moss. Sorry.
IMO, any classic sets will work on moss. I generally agree with you. Black on white, this keycap set that we're using here, literally fits on everything. Like,
you guys have about a minute, I think, and you can go vote with bits, or you can also go vote with your channel points.
Oh, I forgot about this. I wish that I could give channel points to people.
I wish you could too.
It really is kind of upsetting that I can't.
And I'm gonna screw up your name, so you're gonna be Jevin, because I can't say the rest of your name. I'm really sorry, unless you can tell me how to pronounce it.
Kuro.
But yes, you can use bits, or you can use channel points to vote.
Kuro is good, and I have had Kuro boards. Or I've seen that color in person. It's good. So honored, so many people voting. Yeah, I mean, like, they're using channel points too, so. Moon.
It looks like Moon won by quite a bit.
Moon is
quite.
I'm telling you guys, the Moon is good.
It looked like No KB was the #1 point contributor.
Nice. No KB. Thanks.
No KB winner. Well, thank you everybody for voting.
This seems like one where you wouldn't like want to buy your way hardcore into something though. Like, we see way more points go for keycap sets and stuff because it affects what we're gonna see. These people are trying to help you out.
Yes, we're helping you try to decide what you
like they believe vehemently enough to actually put points into it, which is great. Okay,
channel points say no more, says Bouncy. I think Bouncy is the one that has, other than me, I think he's the one who has the most channel points in your channel.
I mean, I could legitimately actually figure it out for you. Who's at least sent the most chats? Those stats do exist, and he's up there. I don't think he's #2 in terms of chatting. You are definitely #1 though, but that will go away because now you're doing the voice chat thing. You don't chat nearly as much.
I am still watching the stream.
No.
I'm still getting channel points.
You will, but you'll get less than the people who are chatting, and but more importantly,
I have 136,000 channel points. I think I'm okay.
Yeah, that's true. Rigging.
Says, channel points, say no more. And then sends a message that's laughing my ass off. You call yourself an IME or U fan. I'm effing loaded on channel points, bro. I highlight every message because I'm just that jacked. Try talking in chat again when you're a true fan. Wow, Bouncy flexing those points.
That's okay.
Point flex.
Honestly, now he has some.
When Bouncy went broke.
now So Bouncy's biggest call to flex, honestly, now is boards. He's got a board now that I think is worth flexing a little over, and he's got some stuff inbound that is like totally worth flexing over.
No, I want to know.
Gamble all points. Don't do that.
Why is it 0 points? I'm confused.
Lots of side Efro boards coming. Zenith, JO1R1, the one TKC has been teasing. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about all of them. I have JO1.
It says you're #1 on the points, but I don't understand how that works. Interesting. Everybody but you has one.
Has one what?
So when I did bang points to see how my point ranking, I don't know if that's channel specific. Weird. Bouncy is just great at gambling. Nice.
Well, there you go.
Everybody
Okay.
is a 0 except Bouncy.
So when I pull this
So,
off, we're going to get to the
Bouncy.
things that I don't like about Duck. We're going to get to the things that I don't like. The way these diffusers sit in usually is pretty trash. IMO. Like, I don't like having to deal with the diffusers that much. Right? Okay. So if you look at it, some of the diffuser inserts go into the bottom and some go into the top, which is, again, trash.
Are you
Like,
gonna lose a screw up there?
No. It just makes it a pain in the ass to deal with. Right, so we're gonna set this off to the side because we're done with this thing anyway. With the bottom for quite a while, I presume. Right, then we're gonna pull the PCB out of the plate. Alright, you're gonna stop now, dude. Josh, what do I think about the Sagittarius? Post links, man. Post links so everybody can follow along. And so I can, because honestly, like, I hate giving advice on boards that I've looked at once or twice without looking at it in real time. Like, so the Sagittarius, right? The Sagittarius. So I don't like, yeah, okay, so I'm recalling. So I don't like how wide this gap is. I feel like it's a little wider than it absolutely needs to be. I don't really like the rounded bottom because I want there to be a wrist rest that fits it, that just goes, that just perfectly fits. Now, it's possible to do it. It's just, it would end before the rounded corner. So I don't really like the rounded stuff. I like that it has 4 right here, so I can do home end. So home end is really important to me. So I absolutely love that it has a home end and either a page up, page down, or an insert, delete, whatever it is you're going to put there. I like that the indicators are on the other side and it's a little wider. It makes it look a little more uniform in terms of width on each side, I feel. Other than that, I don't like the curve as much as the like weird staggered thing that's going on actual Alice. I like that you can have arrows. I like that you can have rotary knobs, obviously, on any of those positions. Yep, that's my take. I feel like the angle is not very steep for me, but that's just kind of par for the course, honestly. But that's my take on it. I'm looking forward to seeing how that board sounds, though. I think it'll sound really good. It doesn't look like it has a ton of internal volume, which will ultimately make it sound less resonant. Oh, the Stream Elements loyalty points are tracked separately. Oh, are they? Well, I'll tell you what, man. Mineral Forex. You should have TSC note that and then remind me to turn on the Stream Elements loyalty points, because I like Stream Elements. It's good stuff. TSC, you there? Hello.
Yes, I am. I was muted because reasons, and
You forgot to unmute? Yeah, it happens to the best of us.
Yep, I sure did.
Yeah, it really does happen to the best of us. Yeah, we're gonna set this off to the side because, you know.
Review for the tube. Hi, friend.
What up, review? How you doing, man?
Happy Father's Day.
Yeah, absolutely. To all the fathers out there, happy Father's Day. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the day. Kicking back, relaxing, watching some stream action go down.
I can use my daddy command.
You have a daddy command?
Well, it's an emoji.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I was like, there's a daddy command? I don't remember creating a daddy command. Is this a default command?
Bang daddy.
Because that's weird.
On the stream elements. Oh, I read that already. Okay.
Note that though, please.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm looking at the loyalty commands right now.
So look at this beautiful, beautiful board, right? We're gonna clean this up. This spacebar was super rattly. Not well lubed. There is a mild amount of lube in other stabs, but they're not as clicky because they're not as big. But there is like a, oh, also they're better lubed. If you look, these kind of stay up a little bit. All the 2U stabs kind of stay up, whereas the spacebar one just falls. It's not as well lubed, and it sounds rattly and clicky, so we're gonna fix that. There's SIP sockets here for LEDs. I don't know why the customer didn't have LEDs in there, but it doesn't really matter to me. That's an easy addition since they have SIP sockets. Great lube job on the inks. Dude, I'm happy. You told me you wanted them to be pretty buttery, like the ones that I had done for you before, so I made them buttery. I made them buttery. Mac Mutant, thanks for that sub. Appreciate that, man.
Yes, thank you very much
A
for the
prime
Mac
sub.
Mutant.
Anybody who's not already following or subbed or whatever, there's buttons down here. You guys should consider it. At least the follow, and we can keep in touch. If you aren't already.
Also,
There was a bunch of follows earlier.
If
So.
you are interested, come follow us on our other YouTube channel, Callan Opes, where we discuss all things keyboardy with our good friend, Mr. Langalandia.
So all three of us do voice on it.
We do.
TSC
Well,
is also
you
our
and Jeff
editor.
are also
Yeah, we're also on
the-
video.
On video.
So TSC also does the editing for it, and so we've got one episode up now. And do we have our
Yes.
second one up yet, or
Our second one, we are having some technical difficulties with our second one.
We'll get it
because
worked out.
I lost video for you halfway through it. So I have voice and I have Jeff. But
Like
I don't
on
have a
my
video for
recording?
you. Yes, on your recording, the video is gone 9 minutes into it. So I'm going to have to like punt and figure out how we're going to deal with that.
I mean, we may have to just re-record it.
We may have to re-record it. The other thing I could do is just take a still picture of you and put it on the other half of it for the remaining half.
Yeah, or we can re-record. It's not that big of a deal if we have to.
We could, but
Because we've done that one already.
Really stellar. We have, but we've done some. We had some really stellar.
Is that the one with
comedy
chickens?
moments. No, that is not the chicken episode.
Okay.
That is the music. That's the musical episode. We got that episode out of the way.
Oh
real quick.
yeah, I remember that. Okay.
Yeah.
Animate him. Oh my God, Shocks. That sounds like a terrible amount of effort.
No, shucks.
Okay.
No.
So
Yes, there is a chicken episode. So
we are before we
stay
get
tuned. There's a chicken episode.
going. Yes, there is a chicken episode with a live chicken.
It's clucking great. It's an actual live chicken on episode.
Not a joke. It's not a joke. Actual living chickens on stream. I mean, very briefly.
Very briefly, but it's there.
Yarp.
It's clucking wonderful.
So
Which
I had something that I was considering. Do you get to do a pecking test?
A pecking type. You know what? You could probably train the chickens to do that. We're gonna have to get you to teach your chicken how to use a macro pad or something.
No.
Shock says.
I don't want a
"Trying
chicken
to
shitting all over
imagine
my
chicken
desk."
Typing. I bet it's a lot of hunt and peck.
I see that. That's cute what you did there.
I'm not the only funny one here.
So I have to admit, I have considered. I don't want to call it a ripoff of Critter Vision because it wouldn't be a bunch of different critters, but like leading out from my stream with just video of with just a video of the chicken coop, like just live, literally camera on the chicken coop.
That would be amazing. I think you should do that anyway. Mac Eaton says you need to have the chicken typing test on a corn. Yes, absolutely.
Well, it turns out that I am going to build a corn.
Where you guys are going with this.
So maybe I will. I need to find a way to mount actual thing like food to that corn though, so that they do it. And I'll put up like switch hitter. That would be cute.
Says you make a KBD 67 sound good. Says Bouncy.
Oh, thank you. KBD 67s are great boards, man. Yep. Yes, Bouncy. Yes, Bouncy.
Soul Shalite says, how do you feel about 11 degrees on duck boards?
I like it more than 5 degrees or less on any board. In fact, I think I like it more than 7 degrees.
Also, tell us a little bit about that awesome lubing station you're using.
Yeah, so my good buddy Shocks 3D printed this lube station for me, and I do love it. He actually printed me 2. The other one is the inverse colors of this, and I use it way less because it doesn't show up as well on stream, on camera, because the brighter, more predominant color is well,
especially on the back, on the black background. That
yeah, it's just more contrast.
Yeah.
Yeah, have you ever y'all ever played Chicken Drop? No, I have not.
I have
What
not.
is that? Finally, someone who uses tweezers as well to put springs in.
Hey,
well,
monkeys.
So I also tub lube my springs and my stems, so
Mineral says it
use
was
a lot
one
of
of the
tweezers.
most crazy memories when I unsuspectingly participate. Wait a minute.
Wait, what?
It was one of the most crazy memories when Mineral was an unsuspecting participant as a drunken teenager, being a city boy.
In what?
In what? Chicken Drop? What? I'm so confused.
I don't know what that is. I now have
know
chickens.
What chicken with cars is, but I wouldn't recommend it.
I am now an owner of chickens. Damn it.
Excellent.
Nah. That's not original.
It's not, but I don't care. It's
I'm
still
just
funny.
saying. I like my chickens.
Have you figured out names for them yet?
No, only one of them. One of them's name is Narky, because if you pick them up and hold them, they just falls asleep. So he's like
so he's a
narcoleptic. So
chicken.
I'm like, Narky. Oh, Narky.
Okay, that's really funny.
He's just like, you can see his eyes like start to shut and he drowses. Well, she, hopefully. I mean, they're not old enough to actually sex yet or determine the gender of.
Doc asks,
I don't think you ever get to determine the gender of a chicken, but the sex of the chicken, for sure.
Right. Doc says, have you ever done a tub lubing breakdown, or is that making its way to your YouTube eventually?
I think we should do.
He's done some mini lubing tutorials in stream, but I think at some point we are going to do a Callan Opes episode specifically targeted at lubing
And how it's
switches
done and the different
stabilizers.
types.
Well, the how and the why and the yeah.
I honestly think we do 2 separate videos, one on stabs and one on switches.
Yeah, probably, because I think it'd probably be better for people who are trying to find that content or watch it.
Well, because it's 2 totally different things, right? And
Absolutely.
you do them for similar reasons, but not the same reason.
Exactly. Bouncy asks, can your chicken play tic-tac-toe? You're gonna have to teach your chickens all kinds of tricks now, you know that, right?
Oh, that's intense. Okay. Do you use 105 for tub lubing? Almost certainly not. 205, grade 0, yes. So I personally don't like 105 as a spring lube, because I feel like, well, I have an abundance of 205 grade 0, so that is one reason. But also, I feel like the grease doesn't move around as much, and you're not worried about there being too much thick lube on the spring because it doesn't negatively impact the actuation of the switch. I mean, you'd have to like pack it in there for it to be problematic. So frankly, I just don't see an advantage.
So Mineral has explained to us the nuances of the chicken drop game. And it's you put a chicken on a bingo board in a cage, and then you bet on which square it poops on.
Oh. Okay.
That sounds like a drinking game.
That sounds like a redneck drinking game.
Oh, absolutely. Like
no offense. I mean,
if you're not drinking moonshine.
I didn't shave my neck today, but if I did, I mean, I'm not saying I'm not saying I'm a redneck. I'm not saying I'm a redneck, but I'm saying that my neck does in fact actually get
Beef
sensitive.
Supreme says that sounds like a special stream. I agree.
I don't think we're gonna stream that game.
Oh, come on.
But I mean, we could put a tic-tac-toe board in there and a camera.
We can do Calanob's Barnyard Edition.
Barnyard Edition. Jeez. Wow, you guys. So I honestly have like
it absolutely is.
I'm not joking.
Game.
I have actually considered like the lead out for the stream, or maybe even the lead in, to be like video of the chickens coop. Oh, hey,
nice.
Morven Mad, thanks so much for that raid.
Morven
I appreciate
Mad,
that, man.
Thank you for the raid. One Let Down asks, what do you bring as a dish to pass to a chicken drop event? Fried chicken.
Oh, that's
dark.
womp.
Bouncy says, I'm gonna finish lubing and filming my blacks today. Awesome. Melon Ross for life says, hello, keyboard man. Hello, keyboard man.
Hello. So thank you so much, Morven Mad, for coming in and doing that raid. I really appreciate that. I want you guys to know that
agreed. Thank you.
We got somebody else streaming some content worth checking out.
Keys
just learned yesterday.
Link some super lube.
KFC buffets are a thing? Whoa.
All you can eat KFC buffets apparently are a thing.
That sounds
I appreciate that you brought some peeps too with you.
Sounds super healthy.
I mean, their biscuits are good. Let's be honest.
I try and avoid.
Oh, same. Like
I need to avoid more because you know, getting a little chunky. Oh, by the way, I got a haircut, and the person that did the haircut was like, how much do you want off, right? And I was like, about like half. The side hair was like 1.5 inches, and this is what they gave me. Like, yeah, this is less than half. Less than half of the length that I normally cut my hair down to. Like, oh man, it feels kind of wonky.
Stash, hi friend.
Like. Stash, what up, man?
And Ketopian.
Stash.
That's a cool name, Ketopian.
Dude, I need to get this thing figured out so I can ship tomorrow. I'm sorry, man.
Doc says at least you won't have to go back for a haircut that soon. That's true.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at that. I'm trying to look at the upside, which is that in 3 weeks from now, my hair will be at the length that it normally is when I get it. Like after I've gotten it cut.
Also, it's the middle of summer, so it'll be a little cooler.
I mean, that's true, but like I keep my house cool anyway.
You did get your money's worth.
Because yeah, I did. I got more than my money's worth, I guess.
If your house is too cold, you can turn it down. You can turn the air conditioning.
That's not a thing. That is a bald-faced lie.
Then I won't suggest it. But then you could also wear a hat. I'm just saying, if it's too cold, just wear a hat. Bouncy says, I have to go to my barber every 2 weeks for my beard, dude. What are you gonna do? That is commitment.
That is commitment because I just trim my own beard. I mean, I do eventually have somebody handle.
Oh, sorry.
Getting the lines all even.
Hey, go ahead. The reason I use oil instead of grease for springs is because I used to mess with small bearings a lot, and you never use grease for bearings, so I always thought oil is better for metal parts.
you do absolutely use grease for metal parts. Like, have you ever packed a wheel bearing? Just saying. It depends on the purpose, right? Depends on how much you need the lubrication to stay in one place. That's actually what determines the viscosity of lubricant that you use. There's also tolerances, right? But the tolerances are loose, so using grease is not a problem in the switch, at least on the spring. But you really need the lubrication to stay. And so that's why I use grease. Because if you don't touch that board for a while,
So
I think in the end what you get is
catch up a little
it moving around.
Doc says at Bounty, I trim my beard once a week. It does take like 45 minutes. Bounty says I can't trim my beard myself, guys. This is a work of art. You know that. That's fair. Bouncy's beard is a work of art. I've seen pictures.
Truth.
Mineral says that's what I was thinking. What wheel bearings always have grease. Stash says, did you see my loop station surprise from Sam at SM Keyboards?
I did not.
No, could you post links, please? Because I would love to see that. And
Did
share
you
it
have
off to
pictures?
people.
Because I did not see it.
One Lap Down says YouTube video on lubing can't come soon enough. I'll add that to our list, One Lap Down, and we will make that some of the next content that we film. I may excuse me, pardon me. I may have to punt a little bit with some of the order that we were originally intending some of our episodes to be, because of the aforementioned issues with video not recording properly. So we might need to do a filler episode or two, or not filler, but do some
to fill in from the gap from what we recorded improperly. Not a filler. We don't make filler content on that channel.
We don't
just
make
FYI.
Filler content. I mean, unless of course it's a recording of the chickens, and I feel like that's not filler content. That's quality value added.
I think you'll see more of the chicken content on this stream rather than that YouTube channel.
I feel like we need to have more kitty cat content as well.
Ooh, the floofs. You know what's? I want you guys to know what's amazing is, so just built a coop, right? And it's like a chicken palace, a chicken Taj Mahal. But it's right outside of my bedroom, so there's a sliding glass window right there that the cats can look out onto the chickens.
So it's cat torture.
It's
or
amazing.
Chicken torture.
No, the chickens don't even notice the cats. They really don't. It's not like you're right next to it, but it's like far enough away. The chickens aren't worried. They don't really notice, but the cats totally know.
That's really cool.
I'm totally down, man. Ooh, what?
And Bouncy says my beard is my only personality trait. Bouncy, that is so not true.
Yeah, that is not true. Also, Stash is awesome. That is so cool, man.
That is really cool.
That is really awesome.
Shocks, take note. Take note. You're gonna have to add wood burning to your.
Well, that was laser cut.
Repertoire of, or I'm sorry, laser cutting to your repertoire of 3D printing.
I do want a laser cutter. I just don't want to spend like $5,000.
Because lasers.
Yeah, I just don't want to spend like $5,000 on it.
So it happened. I'm new to building and went in on a group buys with the intention of specific builds, and ended up getting things I have no actual plan for. That
what'd you get?
It happens. I have a milk sitting on my desk, and I have no idea what I'm gonna do with it.
See, I feel you because I do the same thing, but I have this content creation outlet where if I'm like if I don't have customer boards or something, I could just reach into the pile of like things that I planned or I didn't plan on and be like, hey, we're building this today.
Savory Sweets RL asks, lubed and filmed milky yellows greater than lubed creams, question mark.
Yes. Ooh, shots fired. That's a controversial topic. So I don't love creams. And I don't like filming creams for sure.
Hot takes. Get your hot and spicy takes.
I don't hate creams or anything. Like they're not bad. They're just, there are so many better options. And I actually think that like milky yellows are better.
Mac Mutant says more cat content is always good. One of our ragdoll cats just tried to take off with one of my Night Runner novelties.
Oh my gosh.
Bad kitty.
Bad kitty.
Bad kitty.
One of my cats. Yeah, one of my cats is a little upset with me because he's been having like free reign to kind of just go wherever he wants, and even though I don't want him on counters or whatever, he's
on the refrigerator drinking from the water spout.
Yeah, pick something out of the tax deduction pile. Oof. I wish. One lap down. I do not tax deduct any of my personal keep stuff, though I totally, because also I'm doing it as business, could absolutely deduct that stuff. It's just a lot of work.
So I want to catch up a little bit. I'm loving all the chatting, so there's so much to look at. Bouncy
Thank you,
found a
guys.
local place to cut plates for him. That's awesome. Doc2 commented on the laser cut lubing station as bespoke lubing station stash. I almost bought one a couple months back.
Yeah,
I wanted a CNC
pretty
first. Awesome. Lana Likes Thick, pick something out of the content pile. Yes.
Pretty much Lana Likes Thick, pretty much.
Bouncy
Yeah,
says creams suck.
Yeah, I don't love them. I don't think they're terrible. I just think that if you are the kind of person who has a lot of board builds and a lot of options, like it's an interesting enough thing to get into, to have a board with some creams. I just think that if it's going to be your daily driver or your like grail, you know, your like end game keep, you don't put creams in it.
Savory says I'm the dark yellow chalk build guy, by the way.
Should travel to conventions.
RoboKeys, I'm typing on lubed creams right now and they are scratchy.
Creams are good with FR4. I agree, Mac Mutant. I think it's not a bad option.
Get the squirt bottle.
Yeah, so he was saying the squirt bottle. So that's the thing with one of my cats. Pretty upset with me a little bit. Not like too upset, like he doesn't want attention, just because he's an attention fiend. But
He'll
like
forget about it in like 45 minutes anyway.
No, but like he keeps jumping on stuff, and every now and then he'll do that, and I'll spray him. And normally he just reattacks and like just keeps trying to do the thing and hammering it. Even you got to keep pushing him off or whatever, the counter or whatever it is, and telling him no, and he just doesn't learn. But I swear I sprayed him like a couple times now when he's done something like that, and he goes away for like hours. He's like, I don't want to have anything to do with you for 3 hours.
He's
jerk.
gone into the moody teenager portion of his life.
Well, and he kind of is. He's like just over 1 year old. So that's kind of where he's at.
He has become a recalcitrant kitty.
Yeah, recalcitrant. Oof. You should go let him know that he's being recalcitrant. Yeah. We'll see how he understands that word. He doesn't seem to understand no sometimes, so.
You have been a very recalcitrant kitty. Naughty, naughty. I'm sure that's gonna work out well for me.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he'd totally understand it. All right, so.
One lap down says you should travel to conventions. Equipment, everything can be a deduction.
Yeah, that's true.
Picking something out of the tax deduction pile.
Whoosh. All right, here we go. Oh, I feel so bad. I didn't sign that Hannah PCB that
oh no,
the customer gave me for that TGR 910. He even told me to put Craftsman on there.
Bummer. You could.
Oh, I feel like a jerk.
You could print something and send it to him.
Yeah, like a little sticky.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that. Thank you. Remind me of that later. Yeah.
Yeah.
In our
print
for Satisfaction 75 Craftsman
label.
So this thing is still pretty clean, but I want you guys to see what it kind of looks like when it comes apart. Right? So there's some junk there.
Ew.
In that
That's
cup.
That's gross. And you did it right over the keyboard.
It's okay. It's okay. I have compressed air. I'll fix it.
Creams are nice with FR4 plate. RoboKey says if smooth is what you're looking for, I wouldn't go for creams. Bouncy says creams are not bad per se. Creams just require much more work than other switches, which in today's market is just not worth it. Savory Sweet
That's
says
where I'm at with
lubed
it.
and film black inks greater than cleaned relubed new spring film vintage blacks. Bouncy
Was
says,
that a question?
Yes, but Bouncy says for feel, yeah, for sound,
yes.
no. What about H1s in that debate?
Sweet
Do you want me
Savory.
to read it again?
Yes. What about H1s in that debate? I have not had enough H1 time to give you guys a really great. Sorry about that. I have not had enough time with H1s to give you a for sure this is what I think about them versus those other switches. I'm gonna be honest, right? Just haven't had enough. Now, alpaca linears as they come, fantastic. But that's my recommendation right now. If you want linears, you have two really good options, IMO. Three kind of. I'll sit down for this. What I recommend is lubed filmed alpaca linears as primary. Very close second is going to be Tealios V2s lubed, and a kind of right there with it, and hard for me to determine which is actually better. GAT inks, black inks, but I think I like Tealios V2s more than black inks. But absolutely alpaca linears number one. Ooh, did I get a? What was that? Weird. It's like I got some texts or whatever. Hopefully you guys can read that. Black inks you prefer over Tealios. Fair. I'm not even gonna argue with it. It just fair. Totally fair. I like them both about the same. I think I like Tealios a little bit more. But, you know, each their own, I guess. Okay. So we need a new filter for this thing. So we got these. They're weird, like ceramic paper filters. You know, I kind of want a new, if they weren't like $50, I would get a new, like, of these tubes, a whole one, and just literally keep that on hand. I may have to do that, honestly. Just to be able to quick swap to a clean one, so I don't have to clean this thing on stream for you guys. We're about to get down to it though and start desoldering. In fact, the iron is already heating up, so the pump desoldering gun. You don't discriminate. For me, you don't mind. You don't mind. I mean, everyone likes what they like. If someone tells me that they like a switch over another, then that's fine. No hate. Everyone can like what they want to. Yes, I agree with you. This is a preference game, so someone else's opinion is not necessarily right. And I try and preface that on my streams and on my builds and stuff like that. Now, I do actually have people pay me though to give them my professional opinion, which doesn't make my opinion more right than any hobbyist only, because I am also a hobbyist. However, I do give them my actual opinion, but I usually even try and preface that with, like, this is an opinion though. It's not objective truth, right? Like, you will like one of these over the other probably, but which one you will like is not necessarily which one I will like. But this is what I believe to be the case. Okay, so why I didn't put down my mat first, I don't know. You always forget which side of the films go up. So it actually has more to do with which side of the so that's not that big of a deal. It really has more to do with which side of the film goes toward the contact leaves. And the fully open side, the more open end is the side that goes toward the contact leaves. The little boxy section, the little boxed off bottom section, goes toward the boxed off side where the LEDs go through. That's actually way more critical than any other way that you're gonna be dealing with these. Ooh, you're saying is definitely 7V with polycarb plate or aluminum for linear switches. I would say that, do you like a lot of flex on the board? or do you know? Polycarb is going to be harder to build. I like aluminum more than I like polycarb. However, I do think that with linear switches, there's some reason, especially with some switches, there's some reason to want to go to that polycarb plate. 7V already has flex from leaf. Yeah, so if you want to eliminate that flex for the most part, then put the aluminum in. It won't eliminate it entirely. It's not like brass. It's not quite as rigid in the thicknesses we're talking about. Like, there is a little bit of flex to aluminum. It's not like steel or something like that. I personally would do the aluminum, but I think most people would choose the polycarb. At least most of the talking heads in our hobby. And I think that they're not wrong. My opinion just differs from theirs on what I personally want. So take that for what it's worth. So aluminum would be fine still. You just feel both great options, just what you like to. You want the poppy tone from the PC, an extra flex, or an aluminum tone. Yeah, so I will say I prefer brass even. I want the brass tone and I want the brass rigidity. That's where I'm at though. What about you, TSC?
Sorry, I had a thing I had to look at really quick.
Oh, you're good.
Can you repeat your question?
Do you have a preference for plate material, or enough experience with all the different ones that you even care? Do you like flex, or do you like rigidity? Do you like a heavier, higher pitched note, or a more deep note?
Deep.
You heard it here, boys.
I like the more. I definitely like the deeper sound of it. I don't like the higher pitch stuff. It just doesn't sound as good to me.
Doctor owned. I agree. I like the brass sound and feel the most. Stiff. We recently.
Sorry,
got
I need
in
to catch back up on
bottom
chat, you
mount.
guys.
Ordered brass plate and PC. You're thinking brass on bottom mount will be super stiff. Yeah, so Mineral 4X, like you're talking about tray mount. So tray mount boards are always pretty stiff anyway. I personally believe that brass absolutely excels in tray mount situations. And the reason that I say that is because tray mount, you tend to find that you have a less uniform give to the PCB, because the tray mount positions aren't necessarily in a position to make uniform rigidity. It's just to hold it down. So using a brass plate in that situation, I think you get the most benefit from brass, because it's, or stainless, or just painted steel or whatever, because you want it to be inflexible, because you don't want inconsistency in the flexibility. My opinion.
Hi, Goddess Jana. I'm not sure if
No
Josh
trade,
saw
no
you
standoffs,
already, but
bottom.
I want to say hi because I'm just catching up a little bit here on chat.
Hi. You think Teha likes aluminum? Teal Rice, I don't remember if he said that he really loves aluminum particularly, but I like aluminum just fine. I still prefer brass over aluminum, but there is a compromise with aluminum that leads to some beauty in that it's still semi-flexible, more flexible than brass, and has a little bit less ping in the sound, like a little bit less high of a note. I think aluminum offers a pretty good compromise. If you like if you like full plates that are plastic but you want a little less flex, aluminum is probably the spot for you.
Sound over feel is Nathan said, I guess. And I mean, I guess preferences do change over time. Like you can, once you get more exposure to things in the hobby, if there's something you liked in the beginning, maybe it got old for you.
Sure,
you got new stuff.
I was pretty against filming Switches altogether. For a while. And like now I'm not against filming them at all. Like I think film is good on certain Switches, not on others. I think there are some people that are more like, nah, you film all the things. I used to like Band-Aids. I still like them in isolated cases. They're kind of
mostly against them.
So they're partially a pain in the ass to do. I don't charge extra to do Band-Aid mods for customers at all. It's not about, even though they are more of a hassle, which I should probably just change that practice, but it's not that they're a pain in the ass, right? It's not just that. It's that they can be a pain in the ass in the future if one ever comes dislodged, right? Because you have to disassemble your board entirely, like desolder it to get that up. And the benefit is pretty small in most cases.
So Stash says, yo, when I send your board back to you, I'm going to send you some of my films and let me know how you like them.
Oh, I'm totally down, Stash. Totally down. So, I need to figure out what I'm doing for Switches. That's what it really comes down to. I don't know if you lube Switches for your customers exactly. I mean, I presume you do. I may just have to order something to you. Like, because I don't know if I have the time to even do that thing today. I was like, man, I'm gonna have to make time because I want to get it to you because it's important. I was like, man, I have to do something today. I'm gonna try and do some today. If I don't, you and I need to talk about like what that would run me to have you do some lube on Switches for me. No. I know that it's not a rush, but it's a thing that I owe you. I said I would do it, and I want to do it because I want to know what your opinion is. I don't have any plans to get any JO2s unless somebody sends me one. So I want to know what your take is on them because I value your opinion, man. I mean, it's worth it. Plus, I want to have a board made by you. I like having boards that other people have done too.
That's pretty awesome, actually. Stash said, sweet, I'll be sending you my JO2 to play around with.
That's sweet, dude. I'm totally down.
That's awesome. Hey, I'll be sending you my Austin R2 to build.
I'm totally down for that too.
I'm really
excited.
Really excited for that. I'm debating doing some Cerakoting as well. I'm debating doing some Cerakoting on.
So what color? You got the space gray, right?
I did get the space gray.
I mean, I think that's not necessarily a bad deal.
No.
Just figure out, what color you want.
I keep having this vision of doing like a dark teal and matching my Borealis set to it, but that's because I'm obsessed with that set.
Yeah, I don't know I don't think it will. I don't think you have the 1.75U shift.
I don't know.
Well, your stuff is all packed up, so I don't know either. We've been waiting for KeyCon for me to hand off that full-size board, but because of the Rona.
Stupid Rona.
Thanks, Rona.
Boop.
I mean, I offered to just ship it. Lightsaber V3. Also have Gray JO2 coming. Super excited about it. Mac Moon. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah.
You guys are going to be there in SSP or in September? Yes, if KeyCon is running, then yes, we will both be there. And I believe our friend Mr. Langolandia will also be there.
Oh, here we go. Hold on. Yes. Bouncy.
Oh, it's on your birthday, Stash?
Yes.
That's awesome.
I have to say that the date that it's moved to, though, is going to be a fairly difficult date for me.
It will be. Well, and it's on a Sunday too, which is strange.
It's not even that. It's just when it is. Like,
Right.
I had other things that I was planning on doing around that time. It's gonna be really compressed and difficult. But you know, thanks Rona. Man, so many switches on this board. Congrats, fam. Let's go. Happy birthday on that day, Stash. I can't wait. It'll be fun. You're gonna be there, right?
Hey, Unicorn 855.
Uni-
Welcome.
Unicorn?
Also, it's a super cute emoji.
I like it too. What's up, Unicorn? Anyone else think Rona kind of fucking
Sucks. Yeah, it's kind of the worst.
Riku's 100%. 100%. The worst part is that I'm bitching about my first world problems
Right, but
up in here, but the
happens.
reality is people dying.
yeah, it's scary. It's super
So that's
scary.
the really terrible part.
Bouncy says, "Man, I'm so anxious that I might under lube or over lube."
Honestly, Bouncy, especially if you're doing tub lube, just start low, start light. Put one switch together, see if you think it's right. If you need to add more, then you add more. The end.
Yeah. Chris,
Curse,
I think.
thank you so much
Curse.
for that follow.
Thank you for the follow.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Whatever.
Cheers.
Thanks so much for that follow, man. Appreciate that. Unicorn, thanks for the follow. Anybody that's not already subbed or followed,
_RS.
you know, consider going down here and clicking that button that's applicable, and you know, stay in touch. Can't wait, man.
And also,
Um,
go check out
Rikuza,
our YouTube channel.
thanks, man.
Are you doing chub or brush bouncy?
You're just worried you might be inconsistent. Yeah, are you doing tub or brush? Brush lubing. Okay, you tub lube the springs. Yeah, brush lube, honestly, that's why I tub lube. That's one of the reasons. It's also faster and easier, but I want consistency. Not everybody feels that way.
Nemelf?
Gnemelf.
So are we saying that properly? I'm
Nemelf.
sorry if we aren't.
Thank you so much for that follow.
Nemelf.
Appreciate that.
Like gnome.
Your
Nem.
first few times will be inconsistent, more than likely. Review for the tube, I agree. You can be good, you can be consistent your first time. Just, you know, take your time. Experiment with a couple throwaway switches, potentially, so you get the right amount. Then dig in and just try and get the exact same amount of lube on the
Oh, we said it
brush.
right.
Nemelf?
Yeah. Nemelf. Doc says, yeah, and once you get used to loading the brush the same way every time, it gets better, and wipe each part the same way, same number of times.
Yep.
Rikuza, or Doc says, loading the brush is the crux. Rikuza said, lube for the first time yesterday, definitely inconsistent. Jessup59 says, how often do you need to clean out the desoldering tool? Can you do an entire board before having to open and clean it? I think it depends on the size of the board.
It does. This size board, no. In fact, what we're going to do right now is clean it out before it starts having any kind of issue. So you can kind of see in there, like there's a little bit of solder around the base of that, and that's bad. You don't actually want that, right? So we're going to take some kind of a metal tool and kind of scrape that shit off. So that's hot as all hell, that metal part right in there. So you want that seal on this silicone, I guess this is technically both a manifold and a gasket, whatever. You want that to be good. You also want the seal on this rubber gasket, and technically, I guess, a manifold and a, well, I don't even know what to call that thing. Anyway, you want that all to be good, a good seal, because you want suction across that. So what we're doing here is we're going to take this, we're going to clean that out. There's like this plug in the bottom of there now against the metal thing. And it's pretty warm. This is plastic, so it's throwable. It's throwaway. So we're cleaning that out, but this isn't actually what's going to cause bad suction unless this thing is super gross. You never know when you might want them. When you might want what? Brush filming. Think of stock springs with, if you, what do? Keep them. Just hold on to them. Doc's right.
You never know when you might need them.
Yep. Put them in a baggie, label what they came out of, the end.
They don't take up tons of space.
They don't. But I have kind of a lot now at this point, and I don't know what to do with them. And I didn't label
small
a couple baggies, so I have like a couple baggies of them that are just like, I don't know what these came out of. And those are kind of trash. Honestly, I shouldn't even hold on to them. Okay, so what we're gonna do here, right, is we're gonna put this back. This thing is silicone, so it should be good. Make sure that we've cleaned off that metal surface a little bit. We're not really concerned with scraping it so much as just wiping away any debris on there. But I do have the scraping tool here.
1 baggie per spring.
Oof.
Bouncy says,
That's some waste
blacks
right
are 8
there.
grams, right? Never going to use this again, but you might be right. Sorry if I'm a little slow on chat, you guys. I've got some text messages that are kind of important that I need to read.
So that's really hot, so I don't really want to touch that with anything that I care
Bouncy
about.
says I could
And I
put
don't
them
want
on
it to
my
melt anything
mattress.
to it. So I'm going to take this paper towel real quick. And I'm going to...
Are you putting keyboard springs in your mattress,
You can see
Bouncy?
a
That's
little bit of alcohol on there. Clean some of that goop off.
He says, what do you mean I'm not the center of your universe?
Right.
Chat, you guys are the center of my universe. I love you all so much.
I can tell that comes from the bottom of your heart.
It does.
Thank you.
And Earl says, tell me your thoughts now on the scuffed king saver I'm considering. I thought maybe going for it.
Okay.
I thought maybe going for it because it has all the parts for me to dip my toe into Alps.
Okay, so
Ooh.
I think that's good, but I think that if it's actually pretty badly scuffed, the case, 600 is pretty steep. I like duck boards a lot, but they don't feel as 100% premium sometimes in terms of the way the finish feels and the weight of them as some other high-end options, i.e. even TX.
Unicorn
Why am I
asks,
wiping that
why
off?
are you wiping that off with alcohol?
So I don't usually unicorn, but I'm using alcohol, one, to cool that, to give that thing a little bit more thermal mass, but also because alcohol rubs away all the like flux residue that ends up in there. TX does not have Alps compatibility. So if you're gonna do a TX TKL, you can get the H87 Alps variant, or now just the H87A has Alps compatibility. But if you're gonna do like a 60 or something else, there have been some Liku boards for other layouts that were made with Alps compatibility, but they're hard to find. I'm not finished desoldering, so I cleaned that off. We're not done cleaning this thing, right? So this thing does require a bit of maintenance, but now we can put this back on. So this makes good contact now. So we are going to take this tool, which is a wrench, and we're going to remove the shield thing and the tip. And now we're going to take this thing that looks like a screwdriver, like a flathead screwdriver, but it's really a scraper, and it's flat on one side and tapered on the other. I'm going to take that flat side. We're going to actually pull this off of here because you're going to see that some residue comes out as we do this. And that's just, you know, life. We're scraping the inside of this metal tube specifically to pull all that gunk off of the side of it. Now, it wasn't in dire need of this. There was still good suction on this. We're scraping that off and then we're sucking it into the gun, into that filter. While it's hot, you want to do this while it's hot. Have I ever tried manual desolder? Of course, Teal Rice. So I have manual desoldering options abound. My favorite is not the manual hand pump, but is Wick. Although I do have the manual hand pump, this is better than that hand pump in every way. Except for the maintenance.
And the sound.
And the sound.
That is why I named this thing the desoldering gun of doom, because it is like...
So this tool, contrary to popular belief, this tool, contrary to popular belief, is actually only about cleaning the tip. It's not about cleaning the tube. The tube should never get so clogged that this actually cleans the tube.
Is there just the tip joke in there somewhere?
I mean, I guess, yes, technically, there could be. I think you just made it. Okay. So here we go, right? Put this back on here.
It out.
You did. Wick is clean once you get the hang of it. It is, but it's slow. Like desoldering a board like this takes quite a while and a lot of effort. Also, this thing adds less heat to each one of the pads as you're doing this, and allows you to do potentially less damage to the PCB. I'm not saying you're gonna damage your PCB just because you used solder wick. That is not a true statement. However, you do have to add considerably more heat to the pad, and it does require, in my opinion, if you want to add the least amount of heat that's reasonable, to have a fairly high powered, very sensitive to changes in temperature iron, which includes
Doc says I haven't desoldered a
very
whole board
few
with the wick, just
of
individual
what you guys are doing.
individual switches.
Yes.
I'm cool with the tedium, but damn.
Yeah, it's pretty tedious. You haven't desoldered the whole board. Yeah, that's I'm not as cool with the tedium for something that's a fairly boring process anyway. So because this board, the customer was experiencing chatter and failed to actuation, I am actually going to hold on to this board for a brief period of time. Oh no. Okay, good. So one of the downsides to using this is this thing needs to heat up, and if you're continuously working, sometimes it'll lose too much heat, and so you do need to hold it on the pad long enough to melt all the solder, not just that top layer. And it's easy to be going fast and forget all about that. So if that happens and you just suck the top layer off and not the bottom, frequently what you have to do is use your soldering iron to apply more solder to the pad so that you have a contact with that lower surface. You don't want to just try and heat up the pad enough to melt that under layer of solder, because you could damage it. Like I would avoid doing that. It's not the best practice.
Bouncy's copy pasta is not working.
Ruh-roh. What'd you copy?
Dear.
Why does this not work? What are you trying to do, man?
Tealios asks, can you solder and desolder a board more than you can hot swap a Kale socket?
In theory, the answer to that question is yes.
Listen,
However, you need to be real on point with your desoldering practice to not lift pads if you're going to potentially desolder it 100 times. I would say realistically the answer is no, but also you'll never have one of these dislodge, whereas you will have dislodging issues with hot sockets eventually, and hot sockets are the best hot swap option. I would not go with anything else. I will not do a Milmax install for customers because I do not believe that it offers a good enough result for me to want to put my name to it. And Milmax is the next best option for sure. Don't even consider doing Holtites. They're garbage, utter garbage. They pop out all the time. Don't play with them. I highly recommend against it. Okay, so weird. What's that light? So this light, when it's on, means that the iron is still heating up and is not at temperature that you've set. This knob is how you set the temperature, and there's a guide right here etched in this for what those temperatures are. So I am at about 2.5. Yeah, so I'm somewhere between 750 and 840 Fahrenheit, which is hot, but desoldering you're usually running considerably hotter than with soldering. But I prefer hot soldering temperatures anyway, because I want to add as little heat to the board as I can, as quickly as I can. Even though I'm slow and my stream is sometimes slow, my actual solder technique with time on pad is on point and is low. If you do not overheat the pad and lift them while desoldering, yes, Mineral, don't do that thing. Can you desolder a board? Yeah, okay. If you break a Kale
hot swap, can you just replace it?
It depends. Frequently what will happen with a Kale hot socket is that you will pop the pad off also, which means you need to jumper that pad to another pad. What solder do I use? I use Kester 6040. A lot of people recommend the 6337. I'm not gonna say no to that. I'm just gonna say that I prefer the 6040. But I also am not afraid to use flux.
I was just gonna say, and what kind of flux do you use? Because you've got a bunch of different kinds of flux.
Well, for basically everything we're doing in this build, I'm going to just use the rosin core flux that's in this. But I frequently use this this Kester 186 flux pen
tube.
So I recommend getting some of this. I have some more solid rosin paste flux, and then I have all
you
sorts
have
of
stuff
flux
in the little.
Yeah, so I use MTech sticky flux. This stuff is hard to find. It's very good, and so I'm gonna tell you guys where to get it. So it's very expensive. It's very hard to find. It does have an expiration date, and there are a lot of knockoffs. So don't go to Amazon and try and search for this, because you're very likely going to be buying a knockoff unless it's sold by Amtech. Go to Louis Rossman's site. Go to Louis Rossman's site and order it direct from him.
I'll post a link in a second, guys.
That's where you're gonna not get ripped off. And that is if you're doing serious electronics work, like, that is what I would recommend. And I think that is probably what a lot of people recommend.
And I link directly to the section for the flux and solder paste.
Thank
However,
you.
there are other things on his site as far or his online store, like chips and components, soldering station, microscopes.
Does he have microscopes on there?
Yeah, and ultrasonic cleaners. I do not know if these look like, and he's sold out right now, but these are like, this is like a $625 microscope. This is not your microscope.
No. And there are cheaper options that are good for microscopes if you still want a stereo microscope like he uses. I don't.
Unicorn says nom 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 flux paste.
Right though.
Cryon
Feel
King
you.
says, for example, when you solder a PCB, not just soldering the switches on, but soldering the PCB components.
Yeah, so if you're doing that, if you're doing that, your best way is going to be to reflow it, and you're going to use something like, hold on one sec. So you're going to use a different type of product like this. So also Amtech, Syntec, this is 6337. This also has an expiration date, this paste flux. So you're gonna use, this may go bad before I ever use it and I'll have to buy more, but whatever, it's not that expensive. Yeah, so I do have an air gun. I use a cheap Chinese air gun, but we're not doing entire PCBs here regularly. There are some cases where I may do that. But this is enough for what I'm doing. But if you were going to be doing that regularly, this is paste solder. Yeah, this is paste solder. So you need stencils to effectively use this very well. But you should always order stencils with your PCBs if you're going to be, if there's ever a chance that you're going to be doing a mass.
So when we do our basic
Segments of them.
soldering, intermediate soldering, advanced soldering, and troubleshooting soldering videos for
Oh,
account
no.
noobs, will you be discussing paste solder and all of the different intricate nuances of solder products, etc.?
Yes.
Thank you for that one word.
I was
answer.
like, I mean, yes. Like, so I did not realize, I'm a jerk, that this board has, this is really unfortunate because I'm gonna have to go over every one of these switch positions again, has
Mineral says paste solder is dangerous. It sticks to everything.
LED.
Doc says that guy has some really interesting parts on his site. Mineral says, I mean, it's supposed to creep into every crevice.
So this board also has
He just heard
LED.
solder this, solder that, solder to your solder, and solder. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, put the metal sticky flowy bits in the thing and stick the thing to the thing. That was super technical. I'm glad you guys come here for the science.
me too.
For science.
So this PCB also apparently has little LED sockets installed. Dang. I wish I knew that. So customers are supposed to tell me this stuff. Maybe this customer
No.
did tell me and I didn't.
Mineral asks,
Pay attention.
TSC, did you find my use of the word crevice amusing? Yes, Mineral, you're a very cunning linguist. Nicely
Oh.
done.
Yeah. So unfortunately, we're going to have to go through and desolder all of those as well. That's a pain in the ass.
Penguin droppings, crevice.
Wow. I love you guys.
I love
They
chat.
think I'm PG.
They think I'm PG.
Oh, I don't think you are.
No, nay. None of us are PG. See, now you can put the craftsman on this board. Zoot.
But this
W.
customer didn't say to do that.
Thank you for the follow.
Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. Aha, nay. Right though. Right though.
I say nay.
That's irritating what I just did right there. So I didn't fully flow that one, so I do have to actually add solder to that pad. This is not my favorite. I hate it when boards have that thing on them. I charge more for that. I wonder if the customer told me. Because this is going to take considerably longer.
I picked that up from a bunch of John Pinette's stand-up. That is not original to me, but I very much enjoy his comedy.
So basically, these little LED sockets, they're kind of cool if you use LEDs. They're also kind of a pain in the ass. At least these ones are coming out fairly easily.
And not as bad as when you were harvesting last time, when all the stuff was breaking and everybody was sad.
What are you talking about?
When you did the harvesting of the Alps board and all the pins broke.
Oh, a lot did, but I mean, that doesn't really affect the viability of those Alp switches. It just...
Can you... So this is maybe a stupid question, but not as experienced with some of these things. Can you resolder those pins back on, or can you add replacements? Like, can you do a repair on those broken pins?
On the Alps switches?
Yeah.
No. I mean, technically the answer is if you had a donor
Like
switch for each one of those.
Kind of thing?
Yes. However, that would kind of defeat the purpose because you want those complicated Alps leafs from those blues, and you'd have to have other blues to do it. So you'd be ruining a similar switch.
Right. And why would you want to
I guess you could take a cheaper, complicated white leaf and do that. Like, that's totally reasonable, but it would also be a lot of effort, and you don't need to. Like, if you break those pins off flush with the PCB, which is what was happening, I mean, you can just solder them like that too. Like, it's not harmful in any real way to the final product. You'll notice it, and you have to add less solder to that joint, but it'll still work. In fact, frequently in our hobby, when you do something like a through-hole kit, you cut pins, maybe not on your switches, but on other stuff, flush anyway after you've soldered it. There's no real reason you can't. On the HBCP prototype I have, you have to trim your MX switch pins after the build anyway, so it doesn't short out on the bottom of the case, because it was milled like 1 inch too shallow, or 1 millimeter too shallow. So I mean, there's literally no reason for that to be a problem, though, in terms of its function.
Else enjoying the dulcet tones of the desoldering doom as much as I am?
I'm so sorry, boys and girls. We're about halfway there with this.
Like I have a tiny little jackhammer in my ears in surround sound.
Is it really that loud? I can turn my input volume down.
I mean, it is what it is, right? Like, you're not going to be able to compress that away. It is.
Well,
every so often,
it is being compressed away to some real extent.
Oh, I know it is. There was a comparison I had in my brain, and it's not very family friendly, so I'm just not going to say it.
I think I can kind of make it a little bit better. Your family is used to it. Right, though. Right.
Penguin droppings, I don't want to call you out. It'd be funny if you were doing a rant during this, but like...
If I was doing a rant?
Yeah, but like the gun came in at certain words, so it sounded like it was censoring you.
That's funny. That's outrageous. Like, what the...
1010 says that ain't a Nixie tube, and Mineral says mommy is shaving her legs. Yes, that's what that buzzing sound is coming from her bathroom.
Oh, yes. Oof. Oof. I will ignore this last comment.
That's probably for the best.
Yeah. I think so too.
Remember, PG rating, guys.
Well, it's definitely R-rated, but
Well,
we don't ever want to cross that.
I mean, I don't know that comment is necessarily that R-rated. I'm pretty sure I've heard worse in other things.
No, it's
After the second beer, not sure anymore.
it's just that I never want to cross over into NC-17 because that's when you get the ban hammer.
Sure. I mean, we've had some questionable comments on here before.
Oh yeah, but
Are
not
far more
my questionable
off-color
comments.
than that.
Oh yeah. I don't mind it when
Oh, not your questionable comments. I don't know.
have I had questionable comments that I put forward? I mean, that
I'm
could
sure
be
you have, not that I
construed
can
as
remember.
bannable or against
not bannable,
the community
definitely
guidelines by Twitch. I don't think so.
No.
I think our content is mostly pretty clean.
I think so. I think we are quite. I think we're pretty good about that. Bouncy's away for 10 minutes and the stream turns R-rated. Aw, sorry, Bouncy.
Bouncy. It's always been officially R-rated.
It has been. It's just, it's R-light.
It is R-light.
Somewhere between 13 and R PG-17? I don't know. PG 13.5?
Yeah, if I can keep it at PG-16, I think that's where we want to be. Gives us a little bit of play, right? If we creep up into PG-17, we're fine. I mean, I think... Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna ask our lovely Euro people a question. I am trying to buy a SAG meter off of Mech Supply, and I cannot for the love of me get my order to go through. And I cannot fathom what's wrong. Like,
What are you trying to buy?
The SA Dream Eater set. Because it's real pretty, and SA's not my favorite profile, but I love the color scheme, or the color that they came up with. But I cannot get this to work at all,
Understood.
and I don't know what WTF is going on.
Where are you trying to get
It's a
it?
Euro site. From Mech Supply. I believe it's a European site.
So not the EU.
The set, yeah.
Womp womp.
Oh, I'm trying to...
Too soon?
No, I'm just waiting for you to stop
burp.
soldering for a second, or stop desoldering for a second. SA Dream Eater.
What about it?
That's the one I'm trying to order, but is not working.
Oh, did you link it? Is that what you're trying to do?
I certainly can. Give me a second.
Set, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I've tried like 3 different cards, Mineral, and none of them are working.
Holy crap, can we kill the desolder for a damn second? Okay, 1010, I'm sorry. Sorry, I thought we were done, and then I realized that this thing has the little dip sockets. Man, that is pretty. I think it's all R3, isn't it?
Let me go back and look.
This is what I hate about SA sets and anything that Signature Plastics makes. They want to like kit things out crazy. Like, where's my numpad? No numpad, no buy.
Yeah,
From
I'm
me.
not too like
Oh, there is a
hot on
numpad.
the novelties for this, but yeah, the numpad does have an option.
Oh, there is. Yeah, but it's a kit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like 90, what is it, 94 euros or 94 pounds? So like $125 or something like that.
120 or 117 in euros
okay,
after I'm done with it. So
yeah, so man, that doesn't even include a numpad. A numpad is another
address is being rejected during
$30,
verification.
$26, something like that. Yeah,
Yes,
1010.
I am in the U.S.
We on the same page, man.
But they say they ship to the U.S., so I'm not sure why.
Okay, I'm gonna start up a little bit. Oh, I'm gonna turn that off.
You're fine.
But we aren't that far from done with the desolder. Thank goodness. We have this one row and then the bottom row, which is, you know, less actual switch positions, luckily. So we'll call it a row and 2/3.
I'm not seeing a U.S. version or a U.S. vendor for Unicorn.
There was.
Unless I'm not looking in the right place.
Damn it. That's so annoying. Just going too fast, you know, going faster than I should. Just got to reflow that pad.
Yeah, every group buy that I've seen for this, and all the Reddit posts, I have only seen the Mech Supply as a vendor.
I thought there was a... Go to the group buy, the Geekhack group buy site, and look at what the NA proxy is.
Let me look.
I don't recall who it was.
Oh, that one was from Reddit. Hang on. Wrong one.
Is it Kono or something, maybe?
It might be. No, they're saying no proxy.
Oh.
Fudge, guys. This is...
And that was 2 times where you didn't use a curse word where you could have.
I could have. I did not see. See? I'm getting better.
I mean, I don't expect you to not cuss. That's so irritating. Yeah, I dislike these dip sockets, but I do understand why people like them. I do fully understand it. Luckily, we'll be done with this. I see some comments up there in chat, and I have not read them yet.
They're all commenting on the key set. They're just saying,
Wow, that still didn't blow.
I'm tempted to try to order it now. Mineral said, yeah. Penguin says, and here I thought for months that TSC was a saint. Well, shit.
I mean,
Unicorn says, oh, it's still an active group buy. What doesn't work? So whenever I try to, oh, thank you. Whenever I try to actually finish the purchase, it says it's declined, and I have no idea why, because all of the cards that are what I have should be able to handle this purchase, no problem. So I'm just like, is it a location thing? Is it a like I don't see anything on there about them not accepting a certain type of card. So I'm just like, what the hell? Like,
yeah, what's the deal,
what's
right?
going on here? What's the deal? I mean, I could ask in their Discord.
Man, now you guys are just using logic
Now
against
you're just
us.
using silly things like logic.
Okay.
And brains.
Now we'll see if there's problems with any of these. Hopefully, not a lot.
Yeah, I probably will. I'll hop in their Discord and ask because I am really digging this set and I want to be able to show it off on something.
Okay, so let's
But
go
that's
to
not gonna happen
our...
if I can't order it.
I want to look at this. Yeah. There was no mention of LED. With this customer. Okay. Yep. So there was no mention of it, so I'm cool. I'm not being silly. I wanted to look it up. Not because I need to charge the customer more necessarily, though I will make sure that they know and allow them to give me the ability to tip, because I guess we didn't explicitly discuss it, but like I was like, I don't know if I'm supposed to solder these back in or what the deal is with the sockets. Possible the customer didn't even know. Do they think they bought it this way? But it is okay. Yeah, I would ask in their Discord about that. Like, maybe it doesn't allow shipping to the US, but that'd be weird if they're a proxy. And if that's the case,
Well,
if that's the case, I'm pretty sure we have a friend that we could reach out to in the UK who would order it for us.
I agree.
And ship it along.
I'm
Pretty
looking
sure.
at their FAQ page, and it says they ship worldwide.
Okay, so it's probably not that. Maybe it's a billing thing.
I mean, I don't know what it would be, but
Oh, I don't mean like a... Well, yeah, I don't either. I'm just saying. I don't know. You can ask me later when this is done, and
Yeah.
I might not be able to get to it today, but maybe tomorrow.
yeah, maybe.
Like, order it on your behalf.
I mean, it'd probably be going to you first anyway.
Fair. Fair. Okay. These are coming out pretty well so far. I don't want to jinx it, but happy with that. Those little sockets can be kind of a nightmare sometimes.
So far, it's
And LEDs in general can be kind of a nightmare sometimes. So far it's yeah, right?
yeah, it's
Yeah, whatever. Oh. Yeah, whatever.
Unicorn says I have SA Mochaco on my hot dogs, and I quite like the profile.
Mochaco on your hot dogs, okay.
I'm not a huge fan of the SA profile. I'm actually, like, my favorite is DSA. However, that colorway is just amazing. it makes me a very, very happy
You
girl.
like
So,
gradient sets, I've
I
found.
do. I really, really do.
That's okay. That's really okay.
So if I can ever convince Langalandia to make a key set with me, it'll probably be a gradient set.
There's nothing wrong with gradient sets. If you're into them, you're into them. The end.
They're pretty. I also like how people are starting to do gradients in like alternate like directions instead of just like vertical.
I like
people
J's.
are going
I like
at
J's.
angles. Yes, the dark rainbow, I think it is.
Yeah, something like that.
Yes, DSA Dream Eater would be amazing. It's very similar to Borealis, which is my favorite.
I'm a little bummed I didn't get in on Jay's set. I was like,
Is it still
I
going
should
on?
have done it. I don't think it is it? Did it end?
Let me look. Unicorn, maybe it will happen in the future. That would be really cool if it did.
Also, don't have a lot of extra cash laying around, given that I'm trying to
Buy
do solar.
solar, yeah.
It seems like not that big of a deal, but the solar is going to be pricey. I mean, I am taking a loan out for solar when I do it.
GMK Midnight Rainbow is still
Midnight
running.
Rainbow, that's it. But
It's up until the 3rd.
but even though like I'm taking out a loan, I'm also trying to like maximize the goodness of my credit. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Well, there are more than July 3rd, I think. Base kit plus base bars is 155 on that.
on Dark Rainbow. Hey, thank you so much for that follow, Zitoon 17.
Thank you for the follow.
I'm sure I missed one of those.
At some point,
Still plenty of time. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to try.
hang on.
I knew I missed a couple. Okay, so there's two. There's
So
this one.
Signature Plastics was supposed to be adding DSA Borealis to their normal lineup of key sets,
Were they?
but yeah, they were gonna make it a regular thing. I haven't seen it. Like I heard that, and then I have seen absolutely nothing else on that. So I'm kind of disappointed.
I did not realize that was the case.
Yeah, they were gonna add that to their regular lineup.
That's kind of cool though. If they do, that'll be awesome. Ping them about
It
it.
will be.
Ping Melissa about it.
I should.
You met Melissa, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, she was at Seattle.
Okay. That one might just be a pain in the ass.
Unicorn says I ordered GMK Botanical a while ago. That I think is going to be a really, really fun set.
Okay. That was
I'm
easier.
really excited to see that one. They have storage boxes on Pimp My Keyboard as well for key sets. Did you know this?
I think I knew that it existed. Do you want to post the link?
I will. Give me a moment. I also love their rainbow key set, but you can't buy the full set anymore, which makes me a sad panda. Sad. Boo.
Sad panda.
Sad panda, sad. Boo.
Just really salty you missed the cafe, GB. That's a while ago. You stay salty for a little while, Danibus? Sorry, man. Or it's just something worth being salty about because, well,
it's a beautiful set.
It is. Like, pretty bummed about that. There's gonna be extras, though.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm sure you can talk to Mr. Jeff and see.
Well, I don't think it's about Jeff so much as Upas.
True. Okay, here are the storage boxes. It looks just like a cardboard box, but if you need a box for your key set.
It's actually. There we go. Yeah, it's totally reasonable to do that. It's just bent over a little bit. Okay. So. Pow. There we go, boys and girls. We done.
But why not get a tray? I mean, you would probably want to get a tray. Yes,
so these
correct.
Are clip-in stabs. Customer, are you in chat? Is it possible you want me to reuse these clip-in stabs?
Dear customer, please let us know if you would like to reuse the stabs. Adam1480 says, I'm really considering jumping on GMK Blue Samurai. Opinions. Doxkey says, get it. Unicorn says, instead of getting a box like that, you could just as well use an empty Lego box. This is true. You could throw all your keycaps in one box like that, and then you could just pull out whatever random ones you wanted and have a do-it-yourself hander bite.
Let me scroll down to...
Adam, I think that Blue Samurai set is really pretty. I really like the colors. It would look great on a charcoal board, a navy board. Look it on a black board.
So
a gold board if they exist. I like the novelties on it too.
We are gonna reuse these clip-in stabs, I guess. I mean, it's definitely a reuse thing. So unless customers in here. And it's like,
Max
hey,
is
redo.
Using those cheap plastic containers like you used to send home Thanksgiving leftovers with guests. Yeah, no, you've got some nice ones that you use, but those are the original ones that came from.
Wait, what are we talking about?
The
storage boxes.
The storage boxes.
Did you post the link? You did, didn't you? I'm going over there.
I did.
Okay, those are just straight cardboard.
Doxkey, are you the customer? Not to dox you, if you don't want to be.
I don't think so.
Okay. Sorry,
maybe.
I'm not sure who customer is.
No, I know. And I don't dox my customers, so I'm not gonna like call out names.
And it's very nice of you to not dox your customers.
I think it's the only ethical way to go. They could dox themselves. That's
I'm
that's
inclined
fine.
to agree. Well, I mean, it's fine for them to.
Yep. Your PII
out
is your
themselves as
PII.
yeah. Well, it's okay for them to out themselves as customer of the board that's being built, but.
Exactly. I mean, the moment they
Is
do.
that dust or is it? What is on the other side of that?
On side of what?
The other side of the PCB.
This? Oh, it's like
Yeah.
metal, like solder stuff.
Oh, like.
Yeah. Part of it came
No,
off of the
on the
board, like
actual
right
board.
here. There's no
Oh.
dust on the board. There is like solder shavings. Stuff that,
Solder leavings.
yeah,
Sleevings.
leavings. I like the leavings. Yes, solder leavings. So, okay, so what we're gonna do with these stabs, pretty straightforward. We're gonna disassemble them real quick. We're gonna wipe them off, and we're gonna relube them.
My grandmother would have called that schmutz.
Yeah. Well, good thing she's not building my keyboard.
Solder schmutz. Well, you know.
So these were
Probably-
clipped, but they
probably a good
are
thing.
clip-in stabilizers. So we're gonna wipe this off. It has a
Clean it down a
very
little bit.
small amount of dielectric grease on these, which means we're not even gonna like try and clean the inside of this thing out because there's none really on there. It's all on the wire clippy part, which is weird.
Oh, you're not doing new housings?
No, so I mean none were provided, and even the doc
Speaking
says
of stabs, we still need to do that Mechanisk thing.
yes, we do. I don't need to
Do you
order
want me to
as
just
many
do
of
that?
them.
Because we were gonna order 5. Do you want me to just do that?
I don't need 5.
Well, I needed 1 at
I
least.
think you need 2
Okay.
because they only
so I
sell
need at least
60s
2.
kits, right?
I think so.
So if they only sell 60s kits, since you're doing a well, you need 2. And if you're gonna do 2, you might as well get a 6.25 and a 7U one, unless they give you the extra wire. I don't remember. You want to look it up?
I am looking at it right now.
Okay.
1 minute, please.
No, you're good.
I feel like whenever I do that, there should be some like crazy
Loading.
elevator music playing, like "Girl from Ipanema" with no voice, like with
Okay. So
just the
luckily,
sound.
the amount of lube that was put on these is pretty minimal. It's only on the wire where it contacts the plastic housing, not the plastic housing to plastic housing, which is great because they use dielectric grease, which is junky. Don't use dielectric grease, boys and girls. I mean, I'm not going to tell you don't. Plenty of people use it to decent effect, but I highly recommend against it. I would use 205 grade 0 if at all you have the option.
Okay, so I just posted 2 links for you. I posted the Mechanisk stabilizers that we were going to get, so you can look at them before I actually purchase them. And then there's the storage boxes from Pimp My Keyboards.
I like
or
the
from
storage
Signature
boxes.
Plastic. And they're kind of meh.
Nah, I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. I was just
Yeah,
pointing
so
it
the
out 'cause I know
Mechanisk
you are unhappy
has
with the new storage boxes
included-
from other places.
Okay, so they give you 4 2Us, 625, and a 7U. You need 2 sets for. This is why I like ordering them from other places that give you 8, or you can buy like a 104 kit. It comes with both wires, like KP Republic, etc. But
I mean, we've got
these are
all
also
that.
blue, which
yeah,
is really
and they'll
cool.
match.
Yeah, so you need
They'll match
2,
whatever I want to
and I'm probably down to do a few, but I did just order some and receive them from Typer.tools. Blue Samurai is beautiful. I'm quite a large fan of Blue Samurai.
Blue Samurai is a very, very pretty set.
Yeah.
I bet that would look nice on that. I mean, that would look nice on the Saturn you just did not too long ago.
Saturn. Satisfaction 75.
Or yeah, sorry. So the Sat 75 and
And on the Wrecked 1800 in that
Yes.
navy.
Yerp.
Yeah.
That
I agree
that
with you.
one.
I agree with
Those
you.
those ones.
Those boards in that colorway.
Tho-
Or in that
one and
color.
Those ones.
I agree with you. I agree with you that it will be quite nice.
Speaking of Disco Crocodile,
Oh, is he in?
no, he's not in here.
I
yet.
see DD
didn't-
Decline in. So DD Decline, I didn't catch your stream hard the other day when you were doing it, but welcome. You know, to in here and to
I don't see DD in here anymore.
yeah, he commented, said KP
Did he?
Republic shipping is non-existent right
there
now.
he is.
Unfortunately.
Sorry. Hey, DD.
Welcome to the streaming world. I actually need to go catch your VOD because I didn't get to watch live and I feel bad. But you know, I'm happy that you're doing stuff, man.
Those stabs do look nice. They're beautiful.
The blue ones, I know. I do want some. I love that there are like specialized color Durocs. And yes, the KP Republic shipping is basically non-existent. I have like 3 or 4 full sets coming from them hopefully one day. I am bummed that the shipping is non-existent. I hope that that gets sorted. It's not even that it's non-existent. They shipped mine. They show as shipped. They're just chilling in China.
So I'm gonna get 5 sets from Mechanisk.
Are you? Okay.
Yes, I'm gonna have them shipped to you since you're gonna use them anyway.
Okay.
So, because I don't want to pay $20 in shipping, having a ping pong all over the world. So.
Okay. Well, then I owe you some monies for it. Let me know.
Mm-hmm.
Because 3 of those sets are from moi.
Pour vous. Yes.
Yeah, I want there to be a buy for full size option from other people, but there aren't really.
Mechanisk, I'm talking about, or Mechanisk, oh my god, Bouncy.
Bouncy.
I'm trying to buy some stabilizers, the ultramarine stabilizers from Mechanisk. I can words today, I promise.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, so I am lubing up these stabs. Luckily, I'm not even doing it under a microscope. Sorry, guys.
Aw.
Racing through it.
Can we do a little bit of microvision?
We will do one.
For the kids?
We will do one when I get to that stage. When I get to the last one, we'll do it. Which is coming up pretty soon. For the kids. I know how much you guys love a microscope. For the kids, meaning us plebs. You know what, Penguin? I would say that you are about as far from a pleb as most people in the hobby ever get.
Agreed. Penguin is not a pleb.
Not a plebeian. But I appreciate what you're saying. So I'll save that one right here. And this one right here. And I'll do the rest of these. And then we will do those ones under microscope.
Microvision.
Yeah, is that going to be a song?
It's gonna have to be.
New
although I'm gonna
single.
make Jeff sing it instead of me.
Agreed.
Because yeah, Jeff has a far more melodious voice than I do.
For singing, yeah, Jeff has definitely, I think, one of the better of the singing voices.
Of the 3 of us, he is definitely the singer.
The singiest.
The singiest, yes.
I'm
Most
definitely
vocally.
I'm definitely the least singiest. You seen that gasket tofu mod going around?
Can
I
you
have
post
not,
links
but
yourself?
send links because I'm kind of down. Lysol. Pretty wild. I'm down because honestly, okay, so this is, who is this? Who's content? Oh, Hugo.
Hugo. How's
Ooh.
Hugo doing?
Oh, okay. It's the rubber bandy type gasket. That actually sounds really cool. That's awesome, actually. I'm totally down. Is there a kit? Like, is there a specific gasket that they're selling to do that? Oh yeah. There's plenty of boards. E6.5 is that way. The Goosekit unicorn.
Is it made by geese?
The GSKT. Says just a message in for gasket sourcing. Yeah, I'm down. Actually, that seems really cool. I have a customer who wants a regular tofu built that I've been talking to recently, and maybe I will point that out, because I think that board could really benefit from that, actually. Oh, get in there. Did we not lube the actual...
He says to just message him for gasket sourcing. Be cool to see kits sold. Bouncy says, I loved my tofu.
Yeah, so Bouncy, you had the tofu acrylic though. I'm talking about like a regular aluminum tofu. Not that it wouldn't help both, but...
Or aluminium, if you will.
No.
Or if you won't.
Oh, I won't. Because that is incorrect.
No.
That's not how
won't.
it's spelled.
Penguin says, I threw my acrylic tofu out the window and a neighbor had to return it to me. Okay, Penguin, please tell the story.
Did you really? What?
Why did you throw your acrylic out the window?
Yeah, why did you throw a keyboard out?
Why did your neighbor...
It is how it's spelled, Mineral 4X.
When they returned it...
I mean, maybe in other places.
This is like coffee time and stories with penguin droppings. Do tell. Drop the tea. Aluminium.
No.
Penguin, we're gonna have to get you in here on voice at some point so you can chat with us.
Ooh.
Tell us some stories.
I heard you're getting a nice new microphone.
I am.
You are more than welcome.
From a
to come chat sometime.
Beautiful human that is penguin droppings. Penguin says, okay, I was mad, right? First off, I was already upset that my little cousin broke my duck keyboard and shipped it to Gasp to fix. Fair. That's fair.
Sure. Got you. So far, I'm tracking.
I'm waiting for Penguin to type the rest of this, but I'm going to read the rest of chat while that's happening. Mineral says, I'm American and I think Americans say it wrong. Adam 1480 says, speaking of tofu, mine got sent back due to some issue with import tax and they refused to give me a refund, so rip my money. Oh man, that sucks. So Mineral says Americans do not pronounce the second I, or second, yeah. Penguin says, only extra cube I had was a 60% tofu. All right.
Oh, I don't think we don't just pronounce it that way. We also don't spell it that way. Right? I believe I'm correct.
No, we spell it the same way. We just.
I don't think we do.
So,
fairly certain.
Penguin story.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Penguin story. Not
Yeah,
used
we
to
don't.
having no arrows and editing videos for work made me so upset because the hot socket wasn't registering. I just raged and threw
So
it out
we
the window.
we don't in America spell it with the second I, and we don't pronounce it with the second I. That's what I thought was the case. That's why I'm like, it's not spelled that way, because I never spell it that way. So the British actually spell it differently also.
Oh, okay. My bad. Oopsie. Where's
Oh,
Jamie?
that's
Correct
rough.
me. Dee Dee, so your cousin broke your duck by pressing bootloader mode.
Literally go to google.com, not anything else, and type in aluminum this way. That is a correct spelling.
So the British are wrong.
No, they're not.
Point us.
Because they also spell it this way. Here, let me literally just go here.
So did Apiary fix it for you? Or wait, who fixed it for you? Penguin, was it Gasp?
In American and Canadian English. Right?
Okay, I clearly am wrong, and you've proven the point.
Aluminium, right? So it's aluminium or aluminum.
Penguin coin droppings, and you managed to get a salamander and Matrix 1.2 during that time. Nice. Google localizes based on where you are. Thanks, Shocks. Unicorn agrees with Bouncy.
Yeah, that's true.
So TST is not wrong. I'm gonna frame that, take a picture of it,
So
and put it on my
lazy
wall.
Americans.
Thank you, Bouncy. Feeble-minded says, I believe the
Nice.
aluminum spelling
Yeah,
is the
both-
actual scientific
both are correct.
spelling. But aluminium is more more writer.
More writer.
But us Americans remove the second I. So
I'm just
lazy
saying.
Americans. Fair. That's yeah.
It's fair.
So basically, both are correct. The true way of saying aluminum shall remain a secret, guarded for the eons.
I think the deal is we all know what we're talking about.
Right. We know that it's metal.
We also know
So
that English is a ridiculous language
It is.
that
It's
should never be
absolutely
taken
ridiculous.
too seriously because it doesn't
Yeah,
take
that's
itself
fair.
seriously
It doesn't.
and
There are no
simultaneously takes itself too seriously.
rules it does.
It's a ridiculous language.
So Zaid asks, where should I get Gatoron red optical switches from? Ooh, we've got a bunch of questions. I love
Wait, what are
questions.
the questions?
Where should I get Gatoron red optical switches from? Question 1.
Red optical switches. I don't even know.
Chat,
Does,
can you
does
help out
anybody?
with that question?
Does anybody? I mean, maybe mechanicalkeyboards.com would have them.
Maybe, I don't know. but
Amazon, maybe?
Chat knows, because chat is awesome.
Is anyone using
Next question.
those optical switches in not
I
an
don't know.
OEM board?
I don't know, but somebody's asking.
No. I'm asking. I don't know.
I don't know either. That's why I'm asking them.
Amazon.
So
Yeah, Amazon's not surprising.
Ventrium, which is a really cool name. Does anyone know the actuation force of an alpaca?
I think
Can't
it's
seem to find
62
info on it
grams
anywhere, and I want
bottom out.
And I want
I don't know
to
what the
spin
actuation
swap
is.
with that weight.
Yeah, so I think it's 62 grams at bottom out. I'm not
Penguin
mistaken.
Droppings is raging in Spanish right now.
Oh, is she? Okay,
Ay,
that's
Dios
fair.
mío.
Ah, Dios.
Bouncy says Ventrium 62 gram bottom out springs are also weighted at that number. Bouncy said, I mean, Harry Potter had to be changed to Sorcerer's Stone for you to get. That's fair. That's true.
So here's the funny thing about Harry
It's like
Potter.
Z versus Z.
So there is an American English version of Harry Potter and
There
a
is.
British English version of Harry Potter. And the British, so I listen to the audiobooks because I'm a big audiobook person. So the American English version is read by a British man. His name is Jim Dale. And the British English version is read by Stephen Fry, which
Who is
everyone who's
amazing.
British loves Stephen Fry, and he's cool. But Jim Dale, in my opinion, objectively does a better job in terms of the voice acting, and is more entertaining because I've listened to both of them.
I think I want to watch, or I want to listen to the Stephen Fry version because I've only heard the Jim Dale version.
I've heard both.
But I want to read the book myself, the British version, because it just makes me happy.
I really liked them, so I did both. But the thing is I don't think that we needed an American English version to change the words like
I don't think so
windscreen to windshield and stuff like that. Like if you can't
Yeah,
figure that out,
like,
then
figure it out.
I don't know. You don't deserve your own book, I guess. It's not that
So,
that different. However,
Zaid says, I'm trying to do an SK61 build and I'm starting off with browns, but if I ever wanted to switch to reds, could I just buy some optical reds online? Everybody's pretty much saying Amazon.
yeah, so if you want to swap out optical switches with other optical switches or any correct form factor and or electrically active switch with another one that fits in that same form factor, you can absolutely replace them, like desolder and resolder them. This is all very doable. But
Bouncy, yes, you are the ultimate Potterhead. I am quite a Potterhead myself as well. That's pretty
yeah,
awesome.
so here's the ammunition that I'll use to back up my Jim Dale is better than Stephen Fry, at least in this instance. Or the reason that I like it a lot more, right? So Jim Dale had like a couple hundred different voices that he affected throughout the series that he maintained uniformly through all the different books, and it's less of a mechanical reading and it feels more like there's multiple people because he does so many voices. Now
there was also a bit of controversy between Stephen Fry and J.K. Rowling, so
there was
there's that.
And J.K. Rowling she would allow a couple different people to pre-read the books other than just the editor staff before release. And there was the guy who wrote the screenplays. He was one of the two people because he needed it advanced, and Jim Dale was the other.
I don't think she let Stephen Fry read it in advance.
She didn't. No, it was just those two, and because Jim Dale had so many voices. I mean, he's a British guy too. It's not like he's not doing it in a British accent, because he is in fact.
Right.
However, Jim Dale just did an excellent job. Like, he just did, I think. I like Stephen Fry just fine. In that book series, I think he did a great job of narration. Jim Dale,
and Dee Decline are both saying pretty much the same thing, in that when is J.K. Rowling not involved in some kind of controversy?
Yeah, I'm not even going to get into the more recent controversy. You guys feel free to do what you do.
I have some feelings on that,
but I'm not going to get super into it because it's what's
I'd
fresh.
rather not touch on it.
This is the kind of thing we talk about in 2 years.
Yeah, if you guys really want to.
At least on my stream.
Yeah.
That I talk about anyway in a couple of years. Because, like, weird. I don't know. It's trippy.
Penguin Dropping is saying, let's just say Daniel Radcliffe lived up to the Harry Potter role. And
I like Daniel Radcliffe. I don't know. I don't actually know where the Daniel Radcliffe, if there's drama surrounding him or not. Because I know what
to agree with Penguin Droppings that I think he lived up to the Harry Potter role in his response to all the controversy that's going on.
Okay, so I don't know what his response was, but
and now for something completely different.
Not having known, I will say that the alphabet. Oh man, what's the song? Now I'm spacing. The most interesting thing I've ever seen out of Daniel Radcliffe was the Jimmy Fallon late night.
Oh, his rap. Yes, that was amazing.
And what was the song? It's Alphabet. Oh man, somebody's gonna get it. I don't know why I'm spacing, because I actually like that. Dang, whatever. Daniel Radcliffe, man, that's all I'm saying. Awesome performance. My brain apparently can't be bothered.
Blackalicious Alphabet Aerobics.
Yeah. There you go. I was like, man, I was just so impressed by the word.
Here,
I don't know.
I will
by his words.
This. There you go. There you go, chat. You'll love it.
Yeah, he just did a great job.
I mean, that's a lesson in diction and really and pronunciation. I mean, really, for real though, he does an amazing job on that.
He does. It's truly great.
A person who studies like voiceover work and like the things that you need to do to have a great recorded voice, I think that is an amazing job that he does there.
Okay, boys and girls, it's time for microvision. And it's crazy how this surface like got scratched really mildly, and it looks, well, because it's a microscope, it looks very noticeable. It's so tiny though. Anyway, so what we're gonna do, these are clip-in stabs, right? So there was a small amount of dielectric grease that's pretty insignificant at this point applied to it. Here we go.
Penguin Dropping says she met him in person a couple of times. He's a very humble and sincere human being.
He seems like it. Like,
he does.
I mean, it sometimes doesn't come through on camera, I'm sure, with some people, but he does actually seem like a genuine person. And I hope that's true, and I think he seems pretty cool. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna kind of paint the inside there with this doodad. Totally cross my arms over. Okay, right? So we're gonna take this, we're gonna paint that inside, kind of try and get it to be pretty uniform. All right. Oh, sorry. Man, I'm having a harder time than I normally do. Probably because I didn't use it a bunch. Right? That's pretty good, actually. Okay, so we're gonna paint the inside of that, get that pretty uniform. Then we're going to take another little dollop lube. And we're gonna go through here. Paint through there, but with enough so that there's still an opening. Right, the ramp is covered. There's a little opening there. Right. Then we're going to stick the side, not with the ramp, but the other side forward, going that direction. Right, and we're gonna go like that. Man, my nails look like such shit under there. My hands got so dried out from that alcohol. Okay, so we're gonna do that.
We need to get you a manicure or something.
Before every stream.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Dude, you got to moisturize.
Yeah, so that's true, except that I would have to moisturize after I touch alcohol, because the alcohol that's that concentrated dries your hands out like instant. So then we're gonna coat the wire up a little past the elbow point. Right? Boom, boom. And coat the other side too. We want it to be pretty on there. I mean, I appreciate what you're saying, but nobody else is doing this under microscope.
Penguin, I would never troll. Ever. Never, ever troll.
Wait, what? Nope, I was right. Never mind. There was some copyright issue.
Not ever.
Okay. So then we're going to do this, right? I have a weird angle because
I think they were talking about GMK Blink.
So we're gonna do this. We're gonna go in.
This unicorn, this is 205 grade 0.
It is 205 grade 0.
That giant vat of Crytox 205 grade 0 you see right there.
I'm gonna pop the wire down and make sure that it actually actuates that. And it does. Cool. We're done. Done there. Okay. Put this back up over there. All right, boys and girls, we're done with this. Luberific.
Essay Hogwarts. Nice.
Essay
That would be cool
Hogwarts,
if
nice.
that would be cool if they could do a Harry Potter themed key set.
All right.
But I think getting the licensing for that would be ridiculous. I mean, I know they don't. There have been Star Wars key sets before, like if actually officially licensed ones, which is cool. But
A couple
I don't
of
know
them,
that they would.
in fact. A DSA
Yeah.
one and a GMK one.
Yeah, I think there was a Mandalorian set, which is pretty cool.
Which is GMK. And then there was, man, I can't remember what the other one was called, the DSA one.
I think it was a Vader themed set, if I'm not mistaken. No.
No, it was red and white.
No, it was First Order, maybe?
Maybe. I don't remember. Somebody else does. I am positive. Okay, pop these back in. Now, I don't love that these are clip-ins. However, you know, this is what the customer had, and it'll do the job. Just hopefully one day they don't pop out, which is one of the big problems with clip-in stabs. So there we go. Got all of our stabilizers back in.
Penguin, you don't know any Star Wars related things?
I'm sure you know something, but I don't know a ton. Man, this is gonna. I like Star Trek and Star Wars just as much as one another, in terms of the stories, for the most part. But I like watching Star Trek more. If that makes sense. Like, I think it was.
Penguin Droppings, did you see episode 6?
Oof.
Oh, I'm sorry, not episode 6.
Episode 1?
Episode 3. It'd be episode 3. Return of the Jedi is episode 6.
Yeah.
Was it with the kid? You saw Phantom Menace.
That's a terrible one.
That's a terrible one.
That is legitimately the worst one.
Yep. No, see, I would even say that, no.
But I will say that when I watch...
That's not the worst one. That's not the worst one.
Phantom Menace, isn't?
No.
Which one did you like the least?
Hang on.
1, 2, 3. I think it was the worst one. I think Phantom Menace was the worst.
Revenge of the Sith was the worst.
Well, Revenge of the Sith is
the third episode, and it's the worst.
No, Revenge of the Sith? Or Revenge of the Jedi? Is that what you're talking about?
No, no. Revenge of the Sith was episode 3, the 2005 movie, where
I didn't think it was the worst.
You know,
The
spoiler alert, we get Vader, but
I actually didn't think it was the worst. I think it was better than Phantom Menace.
Boo.
However,
Sorry, did I say Return? I meant Revenge. Return of the Jedi is episode 6. Yes. Attack of the Clones.
I think it was better than episode 1. But I will say
I would take Phantom Menace over the third one.
I will say this though. The older I get and the more I watch Star Wars stuff, the more I love the fantasy portion of the universe, but the more I think the Jedi are a bunch of whiny bees. Shots fired.
Shots fired.
Basically, I'm not saying I'm going full Sith, but what I am saying is
You're taking the middle road?
Yeah, I just
this is the way.
I think they were ideologues, and while being an ideologue can be beneficial, frequently taking the full idealistic approach to the world
it can become a little self-righteous and annoying. So yeah,
it's not that it's self-righteous, it's that it was damaging, right? Like, after the Empire fell, I mean, don't get me wrong, like, Palpatine was a POS for sure, so was Vader, honestly.
Supreme says Sith were just misunderstood.
No, I mean, they were racist, fascists.
Yeah.
They were terrible.
Yeah, they were
terrible.
They were bad. But the Jedi also had.
But there's a lot of terrible people in politics.
Issues. Yeah. Which is another thing we should definitely not go.
Oh yeah,
into
we're not going to do
now.
that. I'm talking about fantasy politics.
We're not tiptoeing into that.
No, we aren't.
Mess.
No, we
Thank
aren't.
you, and goodbye.
Well, I'm not even talking about it as an allegory to what's going on right now. I just mean, like, a lot of people suffered in the show, both directions, because the universe people are just shitty sometimes.
Yeah.
And you can't really get rid of all the shitty people, unfortunately.
Many Bothans died.
Many Bothans.
It's true.
It's true. It's true. It's just a bummer. In many ways, that the real world is also a bummer.
Yup.
Tiptoeing. That was almost a full-blown cannonball dive into politics. Cool. Nicely averted.
Nicely averted.
Yeah.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah,
That
right.
was,
I mean, it wasn't like they're just, I don't know, the politics in that thing, like, it makes me sad, right? Because I don't usually go and watch movies. I have watched some, like, political movies, I guess, like Churchill, right? Like stuff like that, where you're like, oh, okay, this is very political, but it's like historical politics, where it's not like fresh. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like
Yeah, it's quite
some
a
of those
long
movies
ways
you're
away.
like, dang, man, like some of this is fresh. I don't want to think about fresh politics because it's already
No.
depressing.
Yeah. No, thank you.
I don't want more of this. Dang
Political movies like Dave. Wait, what?
it. What? I don't think I've seen this one.
Unicorn says, I like Star Trek Picard. I have not
Yes.
been watching that. I have heard good things.
I only
I've heard
watched
very
the
good
first
things.
couple episodes, and I need to see more of it. And I'm bummed that I didn't, because I really like Star Trek The Next Generation a lot. Like, a lot. You just finished a couple days ago? Man, like, I am looking forward to seeing it. I just haven't had enough time, which is a crap excuse, but it's true. It's just true. Dave is a political comedy. Oh, I will say I don't really want a lot of spoilers, Unicorn. I mean, yeah, I don't want to ruin it because I really want to watch it. Because I
does
really
sound cool.
like when I was a child, I named a dog of mine Captain. He was AKC registered as Captain Jean-Luc Picard. I joke not at all.
That's so funny.
Just FYI.
You are such a nerd.
Oh, total nerd alert.
That's
Total
awesome.
nerd alert.
It's awesome. It's absolutely awesome. But you're such a nerd.
I'm just telling it how it was. He was also the coolest freaking dog that ever lived. He was a Labrador.
Tealios says, have you tried space cables?
I went to one convention, one lap down, in 1993. Oof, dating myself. Yeah, I was young.
Penguin says, I was 7 years old in 1993.
Penguin. I mean, I was only 8, so.
I was
I mean,
9.
depending on the time of year, I would have been 7. I guess, right? Yeah. No.
Bouncy, it's entirely possible we are older than you, yes. I thought that was impossible. It's impossible.
Impossible. It's not impossible.
So, plot twist. Unicorn says, engage.
I'm called a boomer every other channel. Oof.
Wow, does that make us super boomers even though we're still technically millennials?
Even though we're absolutely not boomers in the real life.
Jeff says I was 3. Jeff Leopard, in 1993, you were 3 years old. Wow.
Ha, boomers.
I feel really old. Thanks, guys.
Super boomer.
Gen X here. Rav Yoda man. All right, now I don't feel quite so bad.
Nor should you, Rav Yoda man. Like, your age is your age. The end.
True. Bouncy was also 3 in 1993.
Oh crap. Okay, well, thanks for
Mineral,
dating
you're
me.
1 year older than me, so it's not that much difference. Bouncy says I saw 4 days of the 1980s because I was 3 weeks early. Wow.
Child of the 80s right there. You heard it here, boys and girls.
You can love mechanical keyboards at any age. This is absolutely true.
I mean,
Penguin
it's
says,
true.
Turning 34 made me realize one thing. Thank God I'm not in my 20s. No kidding.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Holy cow.
I agree. I actually, like...
I wish I still had
Yeah,
the stamina of
I'm
my
not even gonna-
my 20s where I could like stay up all night, sleep for 2 hours, and then go and do a full day of work and be fine.
I don't
That
think I've lost.
miss.
I don't think I've lost that.
I have completely,
all.
but I absolutely miss that. However, like being in my 20s, no thanks. I'll take
I
the
agree.
I'll take the learning and wisdom that I have gained.
It's not even the learning and wisdom. I'll just take the, like, being better at life. No offense
Exactly.
to, like, anyone in their
no offense
20s.
to anybody younger.
Some people are totally
'cause there are a
probably
lot of
on the
younger
ball.
People in this hobby.
I'm not even saying that, like, I was particularly off the ball when I was in my 20s. I just feel like, well, better equipped to deal with the things that are going on around me now.
Bouncy says, yeah, the doctor said to my mom, this kid really wants to be a part of the 80s. Penguin Dropping says, the stamina was used to stressing anxiety of my problems. Yeah, fair.
Also, stamina for me in every kind of facet of it has more to do with my health than it does with my age, I've found.
Sure.
So
Bouncy says I would give my left nut to be back in my 20s.
Healthiest.
I think that's probably the health thing is the only thing that I miss.
Yeah, I was healthiest probably like 2 years ago in my life. And I mean, I could get there again. In fact, I'm planning on it.
I am too.
I've been eating like crap and
my
gaining weight and being
was
gross for the last 2 years.
in my early 20s because I did a lot of sports when I was in high school. Like
yeah.
Basketball, track, you name it.
I was totally a fat kid like I am now.
So
but
I was much healthier in my 20s, I think.
No, not me.
I miss the bounce. Yeah, Rav, absolutely miss the bounce back from being in your 20s. You just bounce back so much faster. And now
literally
it's like,
the only thing I missed.
It takes me 3 weeks.
Literally the only thing I missed from my 20s. Not ever getting a hangover.
Exactly.
That's it.
Now
That's all there is.
Like I don't drink on Friday because I have work on Monday, and that's sad.
That's literally all there is to it. Not ever getting a hangover.
Bouncy says, I mean, one thing I learned is that people in their 30s don't have to figure out as much as I thought.
I'm pretty sure I came to that same conclusion a couple years ago, Bouncy, and now the conclusion I've come to is literally no one has it as figured out as you think. No one.
0 people.
This shit is a journey. It's gonna be hard.
I never had 3-day hangovers in my 20s. Well, maybe once. Yeah.
I don't think I've ever had a 3-day hangover.
I've never had, and I
hope it doesn't change.
Same.
But I also drink less. Mm-hmm. Although I have drank the last couple days. A little bit. Not like a lot.
Well, Lapdown says you weren't trying hard enough.
That is actually almost certainly the case.
No Kiwi says it's crazy when you're a kid. You think adults know everything. And when you become adult, it's like, wow, everyone is just making shit up. Absolutely.
As they go along, they really are.
They're just faking it, and nobody has it down, and there's no one way to do things. And I think one other thing is like, you don't have to conform to anybody else's timeline. You doing things on your own timeline is just fine.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Penguin says the worst hangover was when I had 2 jugs of soju for the first time. Ooh. I thought it was orange juice. Oof.
Yeah, and that's an easy mistake to make. You're like, man, this goes down so easy. Love it.
Print that and frame it. No, KB. Absolutely.
I think that's why people get messed up on tequila so easy, because a lot of decent tequilas, not shit, but decent tequilas are fairly inexpensive, and like, yeah, it's easier. It's just the drinks that are made with it, if you're drinking cocktails, just go down so easy.
Kiwi says, sup nerds, your favorite human is back.
Sup, welcome Kiwi back. Did you get a nap?
Decent tequilas sober me up. Plot twist, says Penguin Droppings. What about vodka that tastes like bubblegum? Oh. I want vodka that tastes like bubblegum.
I don't want vodka at all. Ever.
I don't know, that sounds good. You could put it in some kind of fruity drink.
No, the only alcohol I want less than vodka is anything that tastes like black licorice.
Fair.
Especially ones that have black licorice in them.
I'm thinking specifically
mostly because I'm allergic,
which is disgusting.
Mostly because I'm allergic, and the allergic reaction that I have to them is vomiting.
Yeah, that's not great. Jägermeister takes like everybody, like they took the collected bar rags of every bar in the county and wrung them out into a jar, and that's what they decided to serve you. That's what Jägermeister tastes like. Sorry to anybody who actually likes that.
I don't think it's quite that disgusting tasting, although it's not good. But what I do think is that I've had friends like, oh no, it's just a little bit, and I'm like, yeah, but I'm allergic to it. Right? And they're like, no, I promise there's like a hint of it in here, and I'm like, look man, it's gonna make me vomit. And they're like, no, it won't. And I'm like, all right, fine, I'll do this right? And I take a sip, and like 5 minutes later, it's just like, blah. And I'm like, so you remember when I told you that I was gonna vomit? It happened.
I did.
And it's happened where like people have not told me that Jägermeister, as an example, is in something, and you can't really taste it because it's so little in whatever the drink is, and then I have it, and it's like, oh, I vomited, and they're like, oh yeah, well, I wonder why you were sick or whatever, and I'm like, well, I mean, what was in that? Was there any black licorice in that drink? And they're like, yeah, and I was like, oh well.
Well, that's why.
That's legitimately why, right? And they're like, no way, there was like a tiny little bit, and I'm like, yeah,
So
I understand that to be true. Ouzo just
I-
tastes like black licorice, and I don't like the taste either.
Beef Supreme says Jaeger should come with bail money. Agreed.
Oof. Oof.
Red Bull
Okay.
is gross. I do not like Jägermeister. I do not like Red Bull, and the two of them combined are terrible. Together. And then Jeff Leopard says, if you think Jaeger's bad, then you haven't had Malort. No, I haven't had Malort. I've heard horror stories of Malort. I've also seen something recently where they're putting Malort, either the flavor is in ice cream or people are putting it on their ice cream. And I'm like, okay, that's strange.
Nah, pass.
I think Malort's local to the Midwest.
Also pass.
Maybe I could be wrong. One Lap Down says, any Grand Ma fans? I could never stand it.
Grand Marnier.
Oh, Grand Marnier. Okay. Yes, in Chicago, and that's probably why I've heard of it, because I'm 4 hours north of Chicago.
Very similar
Not
to
to
black
dox myself
tar.
terribly.
Like, as in heroin? Like, what are you talking about, man?
In a bottle, yeah.
So I like Chicago as a place, at least in my experiences. Like I realize
Jeff says
some people
no
have
actual
terrible.
tar.
Oh, ugh. That sounds
Just scrape it
terrifying.
they just scrape it off the street outside.
Yeah, you just go on your roof, like you're re-roofing. Good, let me get that tar. Take that paper, mulch it up, and just
Teal Race says they have Jaeger
put
cold
water all up
brew.
in it.
They've
Oh
also
god.
got, there's some other cold brews they've been coming out with that are
No, 4 hours north of
Or
Chicago is
filled.
like mid-Wisconsin.
yeah, that's like, think a little bit north of Milwaukee.
Yeah, like Oshkosh kind of area.
Yeah. Osh Vegas, we like to call it.
Osh Vegas. Yeah, I've been to Oshkosh, Wisconsin. It is not like Las Vegas at all.
Not even a little bit, not even remotely.
I don't understand the Osh Vegas thing, but
because it came around because they have the EAA fly-in airplane convention there. every
sure.
year.
Oh,
And what
okay,
happens
yeah.
in
I forgot about
Oshkosh
that.
Stays in Oshkosh.
But it doesn't though.
That's probably where that came from. Penguin says, I've been trying to avoid Chicago like a plague. Well, hey, guess what?
Yeah, there's a plague,
Just so happens there's a plague.
and it's in Chicago.
And it's in everywhere, but definitely in Chicago.
But definitely Chicago.
Also, One Lap Down, about 12, 8, I want to say 8, maybe 8 to 10 hours north of Chicago is Canada. You have to go through Minnesota,
Kenyatta.
Brownsville.
Sorry,
Canada.
there's a I don't know if you guys are familiar with like La Cañada, Flint Ridge, whatever, some Southern California
No.
nonsense. But
No,
La
not even a
Cañada,
little.
every time I go by La Cañada, my GPS thinks it's La Canada. It's pretty funny. I'm like, oh, La Canada, huh?
Welcome
Yeah,
to La
it doesn't
Canada.
understand Enye apparently. Like it's like, oh, La Canada. Yeah, got
Have
it,
you
coach.
been to Philly? No, I have not, Tealios.
Have you been to where?
Except nothing happens in
Have you been to
Oshkosh, no.
where? Philly?
Philly, Philadelphia.
No, I've not ever been to Philly.
I want to try deep dish pizza. It's meh. La Goober, hey. Come on down to Philly.
I'm actually down to go to Philly sometime. And Heine now, I think, lives in that area. So if I ever end up there, maybe I'll have to go
Does he?
for a. I think that's where he's at now,
He
right?
lived in Ohio.
Well, he did, but I think they moved. I mean, he had stuff on his Instagram,
Well,
so
damn.
I don't know if it's Philly, but it's
Hot dogs are a big thing in Chicago. Bratwursts are more of a thing here. Cheaper
oh
than
yeah,
New York and
the
Washington
Germans.
DC. Yeah, it turns out we have a lot of people with German ancestry here. A lot.
Der Deutsche, right?
Yeah.
I think that's right. I'm sure I will get corrected by
is in
Bouncy.
Pittsburgh.
Oh, it's Pittsburgh. Okay. Whatever. Pennsylvania.
Well, we have more than one German in our chat that is Bouncy, I believe. There are a few other ones. Hanging out.
Not been to Philadelphia. I've not been to Pennsylvania much either.
I don't think I have
Just a
either.
hair.
I think I drove through it on a class trip once because we went to somewhere on the East Coast. I've been to DC though. DC's fun.
Yeah, I'm not.
Bouncy almost made a very inappropriate joke. And you all, hello.
Yeah.
It's
what's up?
Deutsch.
Yeah, but like when you're saying like a person of Germany, isn't
I
it
can't even say
der-
that.
der Deutsche? German? No.
Penguin says, I've been to West.
Or whatever.
Holy crap.
I'm gonna stop butchering someone else's language.
Chanshasaskin. I can't.
It's been so long since I've taken German that
Clearly, I'm not from that part of the world. Outside of Philly suburbs, Pittsburgh is very farmy,
Barmy?
very rural. German is Deutscher, der Deutsch.
Oh, okay.
Is it seriously correct how I said it? Because
Der Deutsch. Okay.
Concho.
I'm just gonna say, I do know that it's
Conchogen.
that person of Berlin is not Berliner. The
'Cause
Ich
that's a
bin ein
donut.
Berliner. Well, I think it's like a Danish of some sort, right? Which, depending on the language, you might actually think those are the same thing anyway, right? But even though they're not.
Oh, IMERU's pronunciation was correct. Okay. Berliner is correct, actually. I work in King of Prussia.
When you just say
PA.
something like "Ich bin aus Berlin," like I'm from Berlin, not like be like.
Ich bin ein Berliner, which is I'm a donut.
Well, I don't know what it is. I mean, I'm gonna go with Bouncy. Whatever he has to say is probably right, unless he's trolling, which I guess is technically
it's
a
Ich bin
thing.
Berliner is correct.
Yeah. That actually does make sense. Yeah, but not like. Yeah, whatever. All right, let's solder
Has
this thing back
Bouncy
together.
ever trolled us? Never. He's trustworthy. I trust him.
Me too, actually. But maybe not to not troll me a little on stream.
Oh no, totally. But that's okay.
But it is okay. It makes good content. That doesn't mean do it.
That doesn't mean do it at all. I'm nodding yes. You can't see it, but I'm nodding yes.
Same or a different context, yeah.
Oh no, it's back.
Have I ever trolled? No, that was really just me clearing it. I love
you're
that we
just
have
putting it
exactly
away.
one extra switch. All right, boys and
Is
girls.
this like that thing where you take it apart and put it back together and you're not sure why you have extra parts?
No, we don't have extra parts. Really, we have
Bonus
one
switches.
switch more than we needed.
Oh dear, Bouncy highlighted something. Bouncy says, IMERU has a million number of fans and I am one of them. If IMERU has 10 fans, I am one of them. If IMERU has only one fan, and that is me. If IMERU has no fans, that means I am no more on the earth. If the world is against IMERU, I am against the world. I love IMERU to my last breath.
Aw,
Diehard
thank you,
fan
man.
of IMERU. Hit like if you think IMERU is the best player and smart in the world. Aww.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Bouncy, love you.
Like and subscribe. Yes. Penguin droppings and
Please like and subscribe to my channel.
indeed, please do. Thank you. Convention
You're
center.
so sweet.
Wait. Oh, teal rice. Something about convention center. What does this say?
I've read all of those words and all I can think is what a great movie Die Hard was. Ring the bell and all that jazz.
You're
Ring-a-ding-a-ding.
do those things.
Ring that bell.
I agree.
I love how musical I am today. I don't know why.
You are
I'm
awfully
sorry.
musical today. I don't know
I'm
what that is
sorry,
either.
guys. I don't know why I'm singing so much. It's actually a nice day out. I got some sleep. Maybe that's why. Caffeine finally kicked in.
Oh, thank you for reminding me.
Drink your coffee. It's gonna get warm.
Oh no, it's already there. I just don't care.
You need a mini fridge to like put your drink in while you're.
Dude, you don't even know. Look at this one. I brought this out. Still unopened.
You guys call it hoagie or sub? Where we
I
are?
say sub.
Yeah, we say a sub, not a hoagie. I think that's a very, very East Coast thing.
Also, I think it's
could
a
be wrong,
specific type of sub that's warm.
I think so too. But I could be wrong about that.
I think hoagie is a
in Philly
subset.
only. I have heard their cheesesteak is very, very good though.
So it's all about the whiz. So I have had
What?
sandwiches from there.
Oh,
So I am
love
familiar with
sandwiches.
this.
I miss sandwiches.
Because people who travel. Also in Vegas, there's a place that does a whiz that's really good. I like it. Yorn.
Thank you for the follow.
Thank you. Appreciate that, buddy. Really, I do. So the thing is like everywhere kind of has its own like awesome foods stuffs.
Dude, you know what I really want right now?
What?
A burrito.
Did you just say dude? What are you, like from California or something?
No, you are.
I'm messing with you.
I felt like I would need to communicate to you in your native language.
Oh yeah. Also that you need a burrito because the best
Also, I
burritos
need a
in the
burrito.
country. Also, burritos aren't really traditional Mexican food.
Well, I don't care. I want a burrito. That was beside the point. I just want a burrito.
Not hating.
I think I might need to get Mexican food tonight delivered or something.
Mexican food. Sorry, Mexican food from Wisconsin doesn't actually seem all that appealing to me.
I mean, it's what I've got near me.
No, I'm not
gonna
hating.
order takeout from where
I'm
you
just
are.
saying it doesn't. I
'Cause
have
it
not
would be
had.
gross by the
I
time
have
we got
not
here.
had good experience with Mexican food in places where, well, there really aren't that many Mexican people. Like, I mean, I'm not hating on
Penguin,
the place.
Wisconsin food is sauerkraut and cheese and beer soup,
It's German
and-
food.
and it's German food basically.
Yeah. I mean, frankly, it is.
Yeah, am I
They
just
also drink a
supposed to
ton
eat
of
cheese
booze.
for every meal? I'd like to have other things with my cheese occasionally.
Nah, you could live off cheese and eggs,
Theoretically, yeah.
but really only because you could live off eggs.
Penguin says, I know I went there for work. I said buenos noches to my mom and everyone was like, whoa, we got a Hispanic. What?
Which is funny because in California, if you hear somebody say buenos noches, it's just like, okay. Nobody worried. Not out of place. I mean, obviously people still predominantly speak English.
Oh, somebody has a definitive ranking of the top cheesesteaks in Philadelphia.
Oh,
I'm gonna
a
save
definitive.
that and look at it later.
It's definitive, huh?
Because
I no preference.
want to know about cheesesteak. Apparently, I need to eat something because I'm hungry.
If and when I go to Philly, which I will eventually end up in Philly,
Oh.
I will definitely be hitting up many cheesesteak
Didn't
places.
John's roast pork sandwich win best sandwich in the country? I have to go to PA and have yet to try to try a cheesesteak.
Really?
Oh man.
I feel like that would be at the top of my list of things that I wanted to accomplish when I went. But I kind of like good food. It's part of the reason that I'm fatter than I should be.
You have all the good food though.
Here?
Out there. Yeah, you guys have a lot of really good produce.
Okay, so I want to tell a story about going
story
to
time.
a somewhat, I wouldn't even call it fancy, just overpriced restaurant recently. And it, like, everything on the menu sounded really good, and there was a really great appetizer, but like everything I ordered was just kind of bland, and it was like for two people was like $105 after tip, right? It was really recently. Like I actually went to a restaurant for the second time technically since the Rona started to be a thing. Anyway, like, because the restaurant's reopened, right? Here in California. So I went, and it was like just really bland. And this is coming from somebody who, like, I've been to Michelin star restaurants. I've paid $500 for two people in a meal, easy. Like, it has happened. I'm not saying you do that all the time. I'm not like crazy rich or anything. It's just, you know, you save up for it and you're like, hey, I want to go to this fancy place, right?
Penguin.
No.
Okay, Josh, we get it. We're poor.
So no. I mean, this is not a common occurrence.
Teal, the food was bland at this place.
But I went to this place and I was like, I mean, the food better be really good. Like, it's really expensive. It was really nice inside. And I was like, man, when I was done, I was just like, I do not miss paying money for food out. Like, I'm making it is good. Like, extreme disappoint.
Okay, let's catch up on chat a little bit.
Food
from story time.
Was bland.
Food, glorious food. Bouncy says there was a food truck here in my local mall recently, and they sold Philly cheesesteaks, and I was so excited to try it. Looked so good too, and it was totally over salted.
Oh, that's gross.
That doesn't surprise me for some American food. Say
Especially
Promati, if you go to Pittsburgh, make sure you go to Promati Brothers. People are saying that's really good. It's out in the middle of nowhere, but good. And Noel says something. I just did something crazy and ordered a 38-inch ultra-wide monitor. Damn.
Oof.
Las Vegas has a lot of good places. I have never been to Vegas. It's someplace I want to go to because I've heard the food is amazeballs. And I have not been
Vegas
there.
is delicious. There's so much good food. I wholly agree with that comment. Like, no joke.
One Lap Down says, I'm glad my palate is not sophisticated enough to appreciate expensive food. Vegas is awesome.
Have you ever been to the Hidden Pizza place?
Hidden Pizza place? I have not, obviously.
Anybody who's been to Vegas? That place is awesome.
Was this one Korean Japanese hot pot place. I've never been to one of those. I need to go. I am so, like, being stuck out in the middle of the Midwest, it really kind of limits you for, like, the experiences, which
it does. Also, like, everyone that I know,
it's expensive to go to either coast to get
everyone that I know from the Midwest is, like, afraid of spicy food. I don't actually understand, like people are like, oh my god, it's spicy, and it's like pico de gallo. You're like, it has cilantro in it. It's not I don't like
cilantro. Like,
sure, but it's not
probably part of it for me.
But it's not hot, is my point.
Hello, Kiwi. Welcome back again.
Like, there's no capsaicin in it. It's not.
Hello, children.
Oh yeah, penguin droppings. Oh yeah, that place is awesome. It freaking is awesome. Yeah, it's
On Lap Down says, is that like the green door?
I think the green door is like a sex club. That is not the same thing. Or maybe it's not a sex club. I don't know. I've heard of that.
I'm so confused.
I've spent a fair bit of time in Vegas, so it's not like that at all. This is a pizza place.
Oh, it was a joke. Penguin says, I had an argument with my girlfriend and ditched her, then went to that place and it made my whole trip. Aw.
Wait, what? Oh, there you go. Yeah, the Hidden Pizza, so good, man. And there's There's like a taro place, I think, right in that same area.
Ooh, taro.
That I went to. Ooh.
I know. It was a joke. Adam 14.
Sorry, not a
says,
taro. A
"Where I
bingsu
live, we
place
have...
where I had taro
Ooh,
bingsu. That's what I meant to say.
Where I live, we have the highest average price on coffee. $8 for medium coffee. Holy shnikes.
For just regular coffee?
Damn. Not like Starbucksy type coffee, even though.
Yeah,
that's
like not like
that
specialty
terribly
coffee
expensive.
drink, but like literally coffee. Because that's terrifyingly expensive.
Kiwi says, I wish I bought the 8008 keycaps. Yeah, there are a lot of people who wish they got the 8008 keycaps, and it sold out when they did the round 2 in like 30 seconds.
You mean when
ridiculous.
they did extras?
Well, they redid the full set too.
Did they redo it? No, they didn't do a new GB for it.
They re-released it the second time.
Well, they had extras. That's the thing you're talking about, right?
Yeah. Sorry. But that sold out in like 30 in less than a minute. It sold out. I tried to get a set for
9009,
and I could not get it.
Yeah, 9009 is awesome. I agree. You are correct.
Teal Ray says, I grind my own beans. Bought a grinder from Italy because it was $300 cheaper. Ooh. Yeah.
I grind my own
coffee.
beans. I do have a conical burr grinder, but I don't have an amazing one, which isn't necessarily that bad. The one that I have is totally functional for pour over coffee, all the way from cold brew to pour over coffee, but it's not good enough for like espresso. Like it doesn't make a super fine it doesn't make a good consistently super fine one.
Coffee. I enjoy it.
Hey, you know what, Kiwi, if you enjoy the way you make coffee, then you're doing it right for you.
Espresso, not espresso. Espresso yourself.
I didn't say espresso. I said espresso.
I have a Keurig, but I use the refillable filters because I feel
I don't think I've ever said
bad about myself if I use
espresso,
the one-use cups.
Without intentionally meaning to. Espresso.
Espresso, not espresso.
No, like ESS. Espresso.
Right. Espresso.
That one. Penguin droppings.
I love the convenience of my Keurig. Like, I had a French press for a while, and I like it, but it's just too much of a pain in the ass, and I need the convenience.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, one lap down. I was like, pretty sure we're saying it right.
Have any of you ever been to Italy? No, but I would love to go there sometime.
But Rome is on my list of places that are required. So I'm doing
Florence is one of mine.
I'm doing a cruise to Panama Canal. That's my vacation next year. My like real long vacation or whatever. It's 15 days. It's gonna be awesome. So ready.
But no streams. Sorry, y'all.
No, I'm gonna try and stream from it.
Oh, you're gonna try and stream?
Well, I streamed briefly from the last cruise I was on.
You can bring your TS100.
Yep. Oh yeah, no, I'm bringing all the things. We're gonna try this. Satellite should work. The upload is fast enough to do it on most cruise ships. The download is trash. Because everybody's saturating that. But I had like 30 meg up when I was there. It was just I had low download speed, and latency is bad, but it doesn't matter. The latency doesn't affect the stream on the upload side. It's like
Kiwi
not a
says,
problem.
I'd rather go to Japan because I'm a huge car guy and want to do the car scene super badly. Also, Penguin Dropping says don't drink the tap water there.
Where? In Italy?
Italy, I believe. Also,
Really?
Kiwi's saying, what are people's thoughts on novelty creams?
We actually talked briefly about that earlier, and I will say that novelty creams are
down south. Okay.
Not my favorite. Wait, where?
Never mind. She said down in South America,
Oh,
Central
yeah.
America. That's
No.
what she meant.
No, yeah, don't worry.
Drink the water.
I mean, we're close enough to Mexico that I've taken a fair number of trips to Mexico. I used to go on one cruise a year plus a camping trip every year into Mexico.
Did you know in Japan there's no street parking and you can't buy a car without a place to put it? Interesting. I did not know that.
You can't buy a car without a place to put it inside. You've been a couple times. We're in Milan and Modena. I want to go. So if I go on a Euro trip, I very much want to attempt to get tickets to the 24 hours of Le Mans and time it to coincide with that so that I can be on vacation but also go to that race and experience that. That's my that's what I want to try to do. And I have a buddy who has spent a fair amount of time in Europe, who lives in Montana of all places, who also wants to go to 24-hour Le Mans, and I have a feeling that I will try and convince him to go with me, at least to the race part. But I will spend time there otherwise as well. And I think that a Europe trip is probably on the agenda for me in 2022. That's the year I think I'll probably plan for vacation in Europe, because it sounds fun. I mean, subject to change, of course, but like I have no real plans as of now, but it sounds like the way. Because I've spent time in Central America, in the Caribbean, a little bit in Canada. Not like a ton of time, but I have gone to these places and seen some stuff. And I definitely want to do probably at some point some South America, and I want to go to Europe before then branching out to Asia and Africa. You should also try nurturing in Germany. The nurturing in Germany? Oh, the Nürburgring, I think is what you meant to say. Oh, yeah, okay, you did. Yeah, I mean, of course I'll go by the Nürburgring. The problem is any rental car or whatever I have will probably not be that awesome. So while I'm down, it probably won't be as exciting as it could be. I know you can rent pretty exotic cars if you want in general, but also not trying to spend a ton of money on something like driving cars while I'm in Europe. I'll probably want to spend that fundage seeing other cool stuff. And there are endurance races, like the 12 hours of Nürburgring. They're cool, but I want to do Le Mans. Lets you rent them, but if you crash, you're screwed. It can cost up to 50K. I mean, I'm not going to crash. I won't. I mean, obviously, everybody probably says that. But what I mean is I won't drive a foreign, like, to me, car stupid fast. I don't want to get into accidents. I would probably have, like, just some rental hatchback or something for traveling around. And I'm absolutely not going to like transport my own car there. TSC, I haven't heard from you in a minute. Everything going all right over there?
Yep, I'm just watching chat.
Oh, okay. How do you feel about cars? Cars must not be your thing.
Cars are fun.
Cars are fun.
I mean, I'm not super into them.
That's fine. Fair.
But like, I've always enjoyed watching Top Gear and Grand Tour.
Oh, the Grand Tour?
Mm-hmm.
I like that show. I liked, obviously, those same guys when they were on Top Gear. And I think the cool thing about that show, or those guys doing shows in general, is that they, it's not about the car content, it's about their relationships between them and their interactions that are the most entertaining part of the shows that they do. IMO. Don't get me wrong, the cars are an awesome facet as well, but it's definitely not the most important part, like, at all. Okay, so let's get this tested. Let's get this tested. Okay, cool. So we got lights. Great. We're gonna pull this up. We're gonna reset it. Okay. I don't recall if this did something in the first place. Okay, these are all working. Boom, 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 boom. Good. Okay. That's right. They had 2 minuses on here, which was weird, I thought. Okay, so this, I don't recall if this was a function layer switch or what this was exactly. It's got to be a function layer because using it, what is it function layer out though? I mean, definitely hitting space and this doesn't do anything. Okay, so we're gonna, oh no, we're gonna put that back in. So we're gonna do something crazy. It's not crazy. We're gonna just try and actuate this manually. Yeah, okay, so that clearly doesn't do a thing. I mean, it is a function layer. I just don't know what the default function layer is. Oh, it's lights. Like lights did change when I did that. Weird. I think it's just set to light control. I thought that it did something, but it does not appear to have. Okay. Probably recommended a recommended matrix. Maybe. Wait. Next car, you're gonna go for a Golf GTI. They had to remove the whole front end to do the timing belt. What the F? Timing belt, serpentine belt plugs, and your brakes were worn. On what car was this? What are we talking about? 67 Mustang with an inline 6. Ford v Ferrari. Ford v Ferrari was a dope movie. I agree. It was a freaking awesome movie. We're selling cars. No, that's fair. I'm good with it. I like cars, so totally down. Okay, so we're gonna move this stuff off to the side. Let me get this stuff out of here. We're gonna try our stabilized keycaps before we do anything else, really. We're just gonna move some stuff out of the way first. So pull this stuff out. think that's about as good as those are gonna get, honestly. Because they're clip-ins, they're a little looser. Unfortunately, they're not a lot looser. They still sound good. The spacebar sounds a million times better. But otherwise, it sounds pretty much the same. It's funny to see how your car has double the mileage. You got it last year. Oof. Mom has a 2013 Odyssey. 35K. She bought it new. I know somebody that has a 2011 Honda Fit with 165,000 miles on it. And has immaculately maintained it, and it's in great condition. Just kind of interesting how that kind of thing can happen. In fact, that car is sitting in my driveway right now. And it's a Honda Fit. It's not at all fun to drive, but it's not at all fun to drive. But I've probably put like 6,000 or 7,000 miles on that car. Easy. Actually, probably considerably more than that. But at least that I can think of. And the Honda Fit, or are you talking about the Jetta? Oh, the Jetta. Yeah, Jettas I think are all right. Especially like now, I haven't driven a newer Jetta, but the ones with like the 1.8 turbo and stuff like that, both Passats and Jettas, I kind of liked those. I feel like they got good gas. I mean, the 2-liter turbo, I feel like they got good gas mileage, and they felt like they handled fine for just a regular road car. Like, they weren't slow. They didn't feel slow. I liked them. You don't like the Panamera. Thoughts on the Porsche Panamera looks? A lot of people. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Panamera either. Don't love the looks. I don't hate it. I just don't love it. Like, it's not a generally appealing vehicle to me. It's like an Austin Maxi. It is big. It's my least favorite Porsche. Least favorite. Which is funny, right? Because they have the, what is it, the Taycan? Whatever. But here's one that I actually do like. That I think a lot of people don't love, which is the Cayenne. Like, I actually think they're nice. Like, I think they're good cars, even. SUV, whatever you want to call it, whatever. I think my favorite Porsche, my actual favorite, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to disagree with anyone getting a 911. Obviously, there's like the GT3 and the GT2 and all these really fancy models of it, but basically just generally that body style is beautiful. But at the same time, yeah, I think I like the Cayman the most, but not because of the way it looks, because of actually driving it, right? Like, I love the Lotus Elise and Exige simply because of how crazy track capable they are for the cost. But this screw is actually, oh no, it's not stripped, it just has a lot of threads. but just the performance, right? It's not quite as high performing as the Lotus Elise or Exige, but it's just wicked fast. It's close enough for it to be considered incredibly track capable, but it's comfortable. Like a Lotus, you gotta, like, getting in and out of it is an ordeal. Like, you don't want to daily drive that, but with a Cayman you could totally daily drive it. Like, absolutely. Why is my camera is kind of weirdly messed up. Don't actually know how that happened. Sorry, boys and girls. Let me fix that. Golf R daily driver. Yeah, that'll do. The 981 Caymans are super nice to you. I mean, obviously the coolest Porsche that exists right now is the 918 Spider, but it's also millions of dollars, so I don't even count it or think about it. There's a 0% chance I'm gonna get to own one of those in my lifetime. Like, even if I'm stupidly rich one day, I probably would not buy. Like, even if the money were totally available, the funding were available to do it, I probably would not allow myself to do it, even though I love them. Like, not because I think people are irresponsible even for doing it. I don't. Like, if you have the money and it's your money, like, you do what you want with it. Just for me, I would not. Now, a car that is within reach that I could absolutely see myself buying, honestly, if I wanted one really badly and I was willing to spend the money, like, I could get a Nissan GTR. That's about the top end of what I would realistically ever do. And I have considered it. Me and my boss have both talked about it because he's into cars. And it's just like, it's so much money though. It's like, car payment on that is massive. Even buying a used one. Yep, sure. It is heavy. And it's not that refreshed, right? Like, they haven't really done much upgrading to it in a really long time. Like, 10 years ago was an amazing car, but it's still a pretty cool car, honestly. And I like it. Now, what I could also see myself doing, I probably won't, but I could see myself doing, is buying Godzilla. Because in the next couple years, they're going to become available in the US. So buying like an older, like a 2001, 2000 Skyline GTR. So the R32s are available now in the US, finally. Yes, okay, feeble-minded. The 997 is legitimately, like, so the 993 is my all-time favorite 911 style, right? However, the 997 is amazing, and from a performance standpoint, I would rather have one of those. Yeah, I don't like the new Supra that much either. My brother's first car. So my first car was an RX-7, and my brother's first car, my stepbrother, who's similar age to me, like 3 months younger, his first car was a Supra, a Mark III Supra. 997 Turbo is going to be your next car, most likely. Dude, congrats. The 997 Turbo is amazing, dude. Truly an amazing car. Like, I didn't love the 996 lines. I know a lot of people were in love with the 996. I didn't love it. Like, but the 997 I loved. The 993 I really loved, right? Going back to the last year of the air cooled, but a similar-ish styling to the 997. Similar-ish, obviously not the same. I love the 993. I just love it. Last air cooled, like just a cool car, man. Like a cool cucumber. And they still look kind of fresh. If you find one that's got decent body stuff on it, like they still look nice. They don't look like ancient. I mean, if you're really into Porsches, you're gonna know that even if you're just mildly into the or really into cars, you're gonna know that it's an old vehicle, but they don't look old. Like if you just see one today, like most people aren't gonna be like, oh, that's like a car from the 90s. You know what I mean? Nobody's gonna By the way, what you've been meaning to ask. Yeah, I feel bad, like we've been talking about a bunch of cars on my keyboard stream. Sorry, boys and girls, if you're not into it. I noticed that TSC is fairly silent on the subjects. Have I ever desoldered and soldered new switches in a mouse? No, but I have considered it, just because I want to do some mouse mods.
I'm still here. I just don't really have much to add to a conversation.
I know. So we will. She's not MIA. She's just doing her thing.
Kimchi Jody Boy, welcome.
Kimchi Jody Boy, what up?
You're coming in right at the best part where we put the keycaps on and do the typing test.
Yep. So we don't have choices today. We're gonna put the customer's keycaps back on. It's just is what it is. Okay.
I mean, you guys want to have a deep conversation about makeup or soap making? Because we can talk about that.
I don't though.
Yeah.
Sorry. Not my jam. I mean, I guess it's fair since you are a participant on my stream.
Soap making does require a whole conversation. I actually just made some coffee scented soap and I posted it in Lingolandia's Coffee Talk in his Discord.
Coffee Talk?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty sure this is where pause
goes. I did
goes.
that last night. I actually made 3 different soaps last night, but...
Ooh, Coffee Talk.
Well, I figured because it was coffee scented that it made sense.
It does.
Could go in with the Coffee Talk conversation.
Does. Oh, it does.
Soap. It depends on how you're getting started with it. Like if you're doing hot process or cold process soap, it can be a little bit more expensive and a little bit more involved because you're using lye and that can be very caustic. But if you start off with like melt and pour soap, it's really not.
Yeah, if you're starting off with straight lye, like if any of you guys are gonna play around with lye,
be careful if
be
you ever decide to make soap and
careful.
play with lye.
That shit
I'm
is
serious.
crazy danger.
Goggles, gloves, be very, very, very careful.
Yes.
But if you're just doing like melt and pour, which is frankly, it's a lot easier. There are differences in like
somebody's already done the lye work for you.
Yeah, somebody's already done the lye work for you. They've added glycerin. It's a lot easier to melt and cut and remelt into what you want. Lye, you get rid of dead bodies with it. That too. Lye is one of the things that makes soap.
Yep, it's what makes the dead skin on the surface of your skin dissolve.
Yep.
It's not just a surfactant, like it is actually corrosive.
But you're using it in such a small
it's what makes it feel slick
when you're actually putting it on your skin.
Yeah, but the way that soap,
it's not going to hurt you.
But the way that soap helps clean debris off of your skin is that it actually dissolves the surface dead skin away a little bit.
The oil and the dirt that's on your skin to
yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
Make it work with water and wash away.
That's a way that it works.
So that's
I need to put that here because I think there's 2 different profile ones. There are. So that goes there and that goes there.
So benefits of homemade soap versus store-bought. You know what's in it. You can make it exactly how you want.
If you have
There's
sensitive
a lot of
skin,
people that do. Yeah, you can control the ingredients. You can. There's a lot of people who do kind of like keyboards. There's a lot of people who do like artisan soaps and like make different colors and different designs, and you can do different add-ins. Don't do. I would not lube with lye because that will not. That'd be bad.
that would destroy all the things.
That would destroy your stuff.
It's wicked caustic. So all your soap has lye. Yeah. Most soap. Any bar soap. Pretty much. I shouldn't say any. I'm sure somebody's made something crazy. But basically any bar soap is going to have lye in it for sure. As far as I know.
Like Castile soap doesn't have lye.
Like I said, there are people that make all sorts of stuff, but I think for the vast majority of bar soap, that's how it works. Right? Am I right? I know you know more about this than I do, so
yeah.
Feel free to school me on it if I'm wrong. Take me to school.
Sorry, I'm trying to read. What was your question?
Basically, all bar soap is gonna have lye in it. Not all, but
not all of it. No. You can
the vast majority.
So it depends on if you're using hot or cold process, right? It really just depends. But you can use. There are other surfactants. It's just they're not as common, and lye is cheap. I mean, to be perfectly honest, it's super cheap and easy to make.
Okay.
Historically, people used wood ash to make lye. Wood ash soaked in water.
Yeah, that's like the OG way of making it.
Yeah, very.
Now
very
you just
OG
buy
way of
lye
making it.
as a industrial chemical.
Yeah. You just buy it as a liquid. I think it also comes in a powdered format too.
I actually got some wood ash somewhat recently from a friend who had a
Tealios
fire pit.
kaolin clay is just a type of white clay. It has a lot of like properties that it'll like help draw out like dirt, and I hate saying toxins from the skin because like it's really over like misrepresented in skincare and body care, and frankly in a lot of supplements that people say, oh, we'll draw out your toxins and blah blah blah. No, that's what your freaking liver and kidneys are for. Okay. You have a lot of body processes that will do that just fine if they're working properly, and if they aren't working properly, you'll know.
Note, we are not a medical advice channel.
We are not a medical advice channel.
Absolutely, go talk to your doctor if these things aren't working well for you.
Exactly. If your stuff's broken, go talk to a doctor.
Yes, please.
So is that why most bar soaps tend to get slick after a while and there's residue left behind on your washing basin? Yeah. Bean Lover 425, is she the voice in your head? I'm the voice in the stream. I'm Tiny Shiny Crumb. I'm the mod.
Ooh, the voice in the stream?
I'm
the ghost in the shell?
voice floating around the stream.
It was just kind of a, reference. Whatever.
I have beer. Yes, it was a reference. I actually have beer in my soap too. Yeah, I've seen a lot of beer soaps. I've seen people do a Guinness soap.
Ooh.
I've seen a black and tan soap. That's pretty cool.
I have to admit, some of my favorite like scented soaps are like use oatmeal for whatever reason.
Oatmeal's great. It's actually really good for your skin. It's soothing if you got any like
the smells that I tend to find in oatmeal soaps though, just they make me happy. I think it's like a scent memory thing. I think my grandma and grandpa used to have a lot of like bar soaps that had that, and at the time it wasn't called like artisanal soap. It was just like soap.
Here, has some soap.
Because bar soap was predominantly the most common types of soap.
Oat soap or oats and soap too.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you get what I'm saying, right? Like when we were little children, like everybody just had bar soap. Unless you grew up in the 90s specifically, or like were born in the 90s or the very late. If you were born in the 90s, like then you found a lot of like antimicrobial like liquid soaps, like in the early 2000s and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. Hang on one second. Check.
I've got some allergies going on from the freaking desert. Dead things all up in the air. But anyway, look at that. Look at that. All right. Liquid. I think liquid soaps
soap
existed.
Was invented in the 19th century.
Yeah, but predominantly
the first
people
stuff
just
was
had bar soap.
Invented in the 1860s, but it really didn't start taking off, I think, until much later. Like, I mean, they had dish soap in the 50s.
Sure.
So,
but predominantly, like people, I just remember
as far as,
everybody
washing
had
your hands or your body,
bar soap
it was
on
definitely bar soap.
bathroom sinks, right?
One in lap down says, I think I invest more in my dog shampoos than I do in myself. Soap good for hair. It depends on what kind of soap you're using. Like, you don't want to use a soap that's going to really strip a lot of the oils out of your hair, because you want something that'll clean it gently, but you don't want to strip away all of the natural oils, because those are actually really good for your scalp, but you do want to clean away any dirt.
Unicorn, I'm sorry to hear that you're suffering from hay fever and allergies. All kinds of pollen.
That's awful. We have a lot of mold here, and I've got some pretty bad mold allergies, so I feel your pain.
Very little mold here, but I will say that there's a lot of dead stuff, so there's a lot of dust and pollen and stuff, even in the desert.
Yuck.
God, you're a zoomer. No, so I just remember, like, in the 80s and the early 90s, like every like bathroom that I would go into that wasn't like in a commercial setting or in a school, and the schools usually had like a powder kind of thing back then, but like every like house, everybody just had bar soap. Nobody had liquid soap on their countertop. It was just a bar of soap. And then yeah, it's probably a borax based detergent, I would have guessed, for those powder ones where there was a dispenser. But I just don't remember liquid hand soap everywhere, right? I just don't remember it. But I do know that in the 90s that became pretty popular, especially toward the end. And in the early 2000s, you couldn't find bar soap. I don't remember being able to find bar soap.
Sure.
Like
so looking at history of liquid soap, it was about 1987 when Colgate-Palmolive purchased the liquid soap business from Minnetonka, and they made soft soap. And that is how that started. Yeah.
So I didn't know that to be the case. I just remember those things, right? Mm-hmm. And I remember, like, I love bar soap as hand soap. Like, I don't need an so here's the deal, right? I get it. The Rona is going around right now, so we're all super afraid of any kind of germs that we could get from other people. But generally speaking, and I'm not saying you should like be dirty and intentionally expose yourself to a bunch of stuff, but generally speaking,
that'd be bad.
I don't need like chemical antimicrobial things always on my skin to kill all the bacteria, because just washing your hands with soap and water sloughs off the dead skin and takes the dirt away with it typically, and like that I think is good, right? I don't feel like adding antibacterial or antimicrobial things all the time is necessarily healthy, in that you need some exposure to stuff that's going on around you, right? Like to maintain a healthy immune system. Again, don't like eat dirt or gross things, right? Are you there, TSC? I feel like you got really quiet and then... Hello? Yeah, I don't hear you at all now. I don't know what happened. Is that soap in the Discord? Looks like something you would eat. Oof. Oof. Yeah, I don't hear you at all. I turned the video back on so I can see, but I can't hear. Oh, I hear you.
All of a sudden, it's not transmitting.
I hear you.
Weird. So
hold on. Now,
yes,
if you are not using
foaming
soap
in our Discord,
you are a bum. Mineral, hold on, Mineral 4X. If you're not using foaming soap, you are a bum. That's awesome, dude. That is awesome. Are you talking about it in my Discord? In what Discord?
Yes, I posted it in your Discord. In the non-keep related
Shooting
stuff.
the breeze?
Yep.
Oh, that does look delicious.
Tealios, I saw this thing
cupcake.
where you put a bar inside your plastic container and it mixes with water to make liquid soap. You can save on plastic waste that way. You can also take a bar of soap and you can grate it down and you can boil it with glycerin, vegetable glycerin or whatever, and you can make what is the essentially like body wash or liquid soap that way using existing existing soap that you already have in bar form. So it's basically just combining bar soap with water, liquefying it, but then glycerin to add like some viscosity to keep it together and keep it from separating.
So I did not remember that thing, the soap, but thank you for posting that because that's really cool. Did it ever become a GB, and will it ever, I wonder? Because I want that. That macro pad?
The soap macro pad, yeah, I saw that and I was like, I need this for several reasons because this encompasses a couple of my hobbies.
All right, guys, we've had a long stream today, so I am going to get this typing test going, and then I'm gonna go because I actually have a friend over at my house, and he's probably just hanging out, like chilling, waiting for me. I mean, this is stream day, so he knew it was happening, but
wow.
I want to play some video games and hang out with friends, and I loved hanging out with you guys, as I always do, but I want to get our typing test on, and then I want to
But yeah, if you guys want to see some of the soap that I made recently, it's up in our Discord.
all right, so get ready for a typing test.
So back to typing and keyboards.
Back to typing and
segued
keyboards.
into cars and soap.
And all the things, all the time.
No.
Okay, so here we go. Guys ready? Guys ready?
Are you gonna use this one or are you gonna use monkey tape?
I know you guys didn't hear the spacebar before.
Do you have music off?
Yeah, but it was quite rattly before.
Ooh.
And now it isn't. All right, you guys want monkey type, or do you want monkey type, or do you want what do we want? Monkey type or 10 fast fingers? Ooh, that's too bright. We can do that. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Okay. Monkey type. Everybody wants monkey type, so we're doing monkey type. All right, guys. Everybody happy with what they're seeing? Because here we go. Hold on, I don't understand what's going on. Like, I need to redo this. Like, why is it?
Did you change the?
Yeah, I must have changed a setting. So I'm gonna go back to this.
What'd
Sorry.
you do?
I was like, I don't understand. I'm typing the wrong thing, and I know I am, but it seems to be going right. So, sorry. I will change those settings for next time. But I'm gonna go here now.
Redo.
Yeah, redo. Absolutely redo. Okay, let's try again. Going over here. I literally like got off and I was like, why is it not? I feel like I was able to go way faster there. I just kept making mistakes. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Sorry. I feel like this represents the vintage blacks that the customer wanted, but now we're not getting chatter from these poorly ultrasonically cleaned, etc. switches. All right, music back on. Firefox off. How you doing, TSC? You can continue with your soap rant if you want.
Oh no, I was just clarifying on something. Like, I was just looking something up because I was like, wait a minute.
Which, by the way, I didn't think it was a rant. It
wasn't a rant. You asked me. Like, it's not a rant if somebody's asking. You can't necessarily make soap. Like, soap can't exist without lye. I just want to clarify this. Soap can't exist without lye, but you can make it without using it.
And you can make other types of detergents that don't have lye in them that we call soap.
Absolutely. Like, there's an herb called soapwort that if you get the roots and you chop it up, it will foam up like soap. Now, it's not going to lather exactly the same way as like Dawn or some of your dishwashing detergent, because that's got chemical lathering agents in it, but it does have that same soap. It does have that same saponification action. There's also something, and this is going to be funny, guys, you can giggle at this. There's also something called soap nuts that do the same thing. They're natural, and you can put them in your laundry.
Who knew?
I wouldn't. I mean, I knew.
I don't.
I just told you.
So, all right. So by the way, I'm going to bring it back to this real quick. Really quick, and then I'm gonna get off, but I wanted to let you guys know I actually like this. Somebody asked a question about why, Kimchi Jody Boy asked, why do Tealios sound so good in this? I mean, honestly, duck keyboards have low internal volume because the bass is also at an extreme angle. So low internal volume, an aluminum plate, it just gets good resonance. Like, it just sounds good. So yeah, that's the thing. So I like this board. I always kind of have like duck keyboards. I love the way they look. I like the way they sound. I like the extreme typing angle. That's just me. Now, do I think that all duck keyboards are necessarily as high a quality as some of their competitors? No, I really don't, actually. I think that plenty of the other Korean customs, with the exception of if you want the lights, feel heavier, feel a little more premium in some ways, and the finish is more rough on duck boards than others. So we're gonna weigh this really quick and let you guys see what it weighs, and then we're gonna find somebody to raid. So this is 5 pounds, 8.2 ounces. So like I said, there are other heavier, more premium options out there. And I'm not a big fan of the 96 key layout anyway, although I love 1800 and 1800 compact. I just like there being a blocker. So I mean, that's kind of where I'm at with it. All right. The roughest is by choice. The roughness is by choice. I think at least duck ano is very consistent. I agree with that. The ano is great, and I don't have a problem with the finish, but a lot of people do. I don't. And I do think it's a good finish. Same blockers help you touch type. Yeah.
Mineral, you can't talk in any of our Discord?
Mineral Forex can't talk in general?
That's weird. You should be able to.
Huh.
I used to see a verified channel, but there's not one.
You can't talk in keyboards?
Minerals and voice. You should be... That's strange. Yeah,
you should be able to. Well, we will investigate that very soon.
Yeah, we'll have to figure that out. Can you see me as mod in there, or can you see I am you or you and message one of us directly, and then we can send you an you know what? Wait a minute. Hang on.
I mean, I definitely just
on.
checked the keyboard's permissions. Like you can post in there. You should be able to post in there.
I'm gonna generate a new link for you guys. Try that.
Yes, please do that. All right. So I'm gonna look at who's streaming right now. I'm guessing there's somebody great out there. One of our fellow
I'm glad it works now.
Keeb stream friends.
Stash is streaming right now.
Stash is?
Mr. Stash.
Oh, we're definitely gonna raid Stash. All right, boys and girls, get ready for that Stash raid.
We'll investigate why the Discord isn't working properly, and we'll let you know once we've got it fixed.
So Mineral 4X, I figured out what that problem was, and I made it so you can, and I'll apply it to the others. Everybody, thank you so much for joining. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks for being a part of this. If you aren't already
ridiculousness
following and or subbed, please consider going down here and doing that exact thing. And then head on over to our socials, which just got posted, and the Kalanope socials, and go give us a like, sub, follow. We would really appreciate it. Namelf?
And we will have more content up on our Kalanope channel soon. TM.
And we're gonna do a lube one now.
Yes, we're gonna do a lube one now for both stabilizers and for switches. We'll do 2 separate ones. But yeah, we will, as soon as I have the situation figured out with our next episode is supposed to be keyboard layouts. Once I have the editing issue fixed with that, I will have that up, or we will have another one up in its place until I can figure that out. But
absolutely.
Thank you everybody for stopping by, and we will catch you again on Tuesday at 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time.
6:30 p.m.
Pacific.
All right. Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks, Unicorn.
As always, we love you guys. You're
Thanks,
absolutely
everyone.
welcome, and thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.